Hello, and welcome to this, our 256th live stream. 18,000 well-read, intelligent, good-looking subs. Because you have to have been good-looking to be part of our community here. So, we want to welcome you to today's live stream, where we take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. And as far as channel business goes, we have got... Now I'm hungry. You see, it's just... as soon as we go on the air, people start thinking food. So we want to do... the book we're going to pitch this week is we are going to pitch the Ark of the Covenant in its Egyptian context. This is our book on... the origins of the Ark of the Covenant, and it's beautifully illustrated. So if you have not picked this up already, please do so. It is full of pictures. So even if you don't go for the scholarship in it, which it has plenty of, there's lots and lots of pictures. So again, the Ark of the Covenant in its Egyptian context, an illustrated journey. The other thing is that we are going to be calling it quits at 12 o'clock sharp tonight, midnight sharp. And that's because tomorrow I have my exams for certification. Now, I haven't told you what that certification is. And if you want to guess, do put guesses in the chat, because guessing's always fun. So if you're going to guess what my certification is going to be in, and we will announce it next week what I got it in, that's if I got it. And if I don't, I'm just going to do the walk of shame. CPM versus DOS. It could be anything with you. Yes, it could be, and that's what makes it interesting, doesn't it? It could be absolutely anything. But I'm no polymath, right? Andrew Graham asks, ordination? Possibly. Aquarium caretaker? Possibly. But anyway, we'll let you know how it goes. But we do ask that you pray for me, as this is like the first major set of exams that I've actually done in over a decade. So, Count of mercy. Driver's license. I already have a driver's license. So, I don't have a car. I should have a driver's license, though. All right. So, with that said, let's get to the channel rules, and then we'll get to the questions here. Channel rules are Super Chats have priority. So, that's true of every channel. Does not... Oh, I skipped yours? What was your guess? Slammer in. Some software code writing certification. Could be. Okay. So, second is, we do take non-super chats, but we ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of the question so that we see them. If I don't see the Q and the colon, we don't see it, it might as well not exist. Okay? Second, or third, only post non-super chat questions once. Double posts of non-super chat questions will be banned for the night. Okay? Now, we already had somebody who did that, and but we're going to ignore that. Even if you post that question at the beginning of the week, I still see it. Okay? So, don't post it more than once. We're real serious about that rule. If it's a verse from the Bible, we ask that you give us a little context. So we're going to need what book it's from, what chapter, and verse. Please include the verse, because we don't want to go scanning through chapters. It just takes too much time. We also allow people to sponsor non-super chats. And if you do that, please include the question in the super chat so we don't have to hunt for it. Makes things a lot easier. And then finally, one question per chat. Question stacking will be is not fair to anybody, so we'll end up taking one question out of the stack. All right? So with that said, let's get to the questions. Okay, our first question, and we want to thank Diane Loftus for congratulating us on 18,000 subs. Yeah, with the YouTube algorithm apocalypse, it's been very, very difficult to get new subs. So the fact, I mean, it took us, I think, 10 months to get 1,000 subs. So it's been a long time. Yeah, it used to take us 3 or 4 months to do it. Now it's like 10 months. So yeah, it's a big deal now to get 1,000 subs. Like it has never been before. So we do appreciate the congratulations, and we are thankful to all our subscribers who have decided to stick it out with us. We really, really appreciate it. Okay, now the first actual question of the night here is from Frog Paste. And he asks, are you aware of any trade that existed between Egypt and the Indus called the Meluah in the 3rd or 2nd millennium BC? Early 2nd millennium, not so much, or the 3rd. Mid to late 2nd millennium, yes. Oh, yes. The first sign that we have of actual trade between Egypt and the Indus Valley is the cloves, whole cloves, that were found in the tomb of King Tut. And his dates are in the 1320s, 1328 to 1333 in that area. So that's late 2nd millennium. So late 2nd millennium, absolutely, we have evidence of trade between Egypt and the Indus Valley, and even further than that later on during the Ramesside period. But before that, before the tomb of King Tut, we don't have any much evidence of trade with the Indus Valley. So that's about the best that we have at the moment. But you know, things can always show up. So that's one of those things where, you know, all it takes is someone finding another clove in some old tomb somewhere to change our opinion of that once again. But right now, the earliest evidence we have is the tomb of King Tut. So hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, next question here is from Harry Stark, who asks, is Tertullian saying in the Apology that Pilate became a Christian when Pilate was saying Pilate was a Christian in his mind. Yeah, I'd have to look at that passage and really analyze it. But from what I understand, yeah, Tertullian was actually following a belief that was among early Christians, that those who that when Pilate um, um, uh, crucified Christ, that he became a Christian as a result. Now, there's no evidence for that, but there's also an account, historical account, that said Pilate's wife became a Christian. And again, the evidence for that is secondhand accounts from Christian sources. So, it's not good evidence. It's not good evidence. Whether or not any of that is true is anyone's guess, but it's hard to say. Now, we do know that that Pilate did commit suicide. That we know. So, was it because of the crucifixion of Christ? Was it because of the pressure of the job was too much for him? We don't know. Governor of Judea was not a low pressure post. So, and he was basically sent out as governor of Judea, essentially to put him out to pasture. He was put out to pasture, basically to squeeze the locals and get rich. You know, that was his golden parachute. And there is some question that he might have been considered himself too young to have been put out to pasture, feeling that his career had already been over, and he was sidelined out of Roman politics for a backwater province. So it's possible that the suicide of Pilate had more to do with the fact that he was never going to become a high senator in Rome. And it seems like that was more his goal, was to become high up in Roman politics, than it was actually to become a governor out in the boondocks. So that I hope was explains what I think happened to Pilate. But I don't think he became a Christian, and whether or not his wife did is kind of a dubious thing. But there were early Christian authors that did believe this. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. All right, next one here. Is from Ron Class, who asks, did the Hebrews take any Egyptian tools, jewelry, styles, or household items with them during the Exodus? Yes, they did. All the above. All the above. They took with them tools because bronze tools were valuable. That would have been included in the plunder of Egypt. Jewelry styles, sure. In fact, jewelry styles persisted from the Bronze Age right into the Iron Age. And household items, yeah, they would have taken pots, various amphora. They would have taken household items such as looms, spinning wheels, that sort of thing. So absolutely, yes, all of that they would have taken with them, because these are the items that people need to make things work. They would have taken razors, knives, needles, all of that stuff. All that stuff they would have taken with them. So, absolutely, they would have. The kitchen sink, yeah, they would have taken the kitchen sink too. If they had a kitchen sink, they would have taken that also. Okay, so now, Bible Nerd, your question. Now, you did post that question twice. In the future, don't do that, okay? Now, I did ask you to post your question to the live stream, and that's a good thing. We want you to do that. But just in the future, just to let you know, I see all your questions come in, so don't worry about me missing a question just because it disappears from the feed, okay? So, with that said, let's get to the question. And he asks, what's your take on Mered and Bithia, daughter of Pharaoh, in 1 Chronicles 4? Is it possible they aren't contemporaries of Moses like people assume, but much later, like in like the Ephraim of 1 Chronicles 7? Okay. I think that this is probably best resolved by just looking at the text here and just making an observation, which is 1 Chronicles. Chapter 4. Go down to Mered here. Okay, now, this is part of... this particular section is the clans of the tribe of Judah. And verse 17 of chapter 4 says, and the sons of Ezra were Jether, Mered, Epher, and Jalon. And these are the sons of Bithia, the daughter of Pharaoh, who Mered took. And she conceived and bore Miriam, Shammai, Ispa, the father of Eshtemoa. Okay. Now, this, you'll notice here that this section is in parentheses. And that's because this is a scribal gloss. This is a little piece of text that has been inserted by a later author, a later editor, to help explain the text. Okay? Because here's the thing. If you remove this, and the sons of Ezra were Jether, Mered, Epher, and Jalon. And she conceived and bore Miriam, Shammai, and Ishbath, the father of Eshtemoa. Okay? The question is, who is the she? Somehow, the she from 1 Chronicles 4 got omitted. So what's happened here is a later author has come in, a later scribe has filled in that blank. Now, it's possible that one of these persons, Mered, Epher, Jalon, one of them could have been daughters. Okay, one of them could have been a daughter, and we're not exactly sure which one is the daughter. Okay, and this is sort of true when it talks about, say, the sons. Well, if there's a daughter in that rank that has an important clan link, she'll be lumped with the sons. And this does happen in 1 Chronicles chapter 7. But in this particular case, the daughter is not explicitly pointed out in the text. And because of that, the chronicler here, or somebody later, most likely somebody later, has added a scribal gloss and tried to connect Mered to the daughter of Pharaoh. Okay? Now, here's the problem with that whole thing. Daughters of pharaohs were not married to commoners of any kind. Okay? Now, especially important scribes might get a daughter of Pharaoh as a bride. But you gotta be really up there in rank. Like, you have to be on like a first name basis with the king. So, and even then, it was usually frowned upon. The daughters of kings were reserved for very, very important, how do you say this? Nation-building marriages. So typically, the daughters of kings were married to nomarchs or viziers. Basically, ways of the king securing his familial connection to the rest of the Egyptian power structure. So, a daughter of a king to be married off to some common Israelite is just not happening. It's not happening. Just, it ain't happening. Especially in the time of the conquest. You know, at the conquest, you're talking about here, um, the times of Ramses II or Merneptah. Yeah, there's no way this is happening. Not in the 19th dynasty. Fortunes are still too good in the 19th dynasty for this to happen. Andrew Graham. But Daddy, I love him. That's too bad. That's really, yeah, that was the attitude. That was the attitude. There is one place where we do see a daughter of the king marry a scribe. Okay, she has to renounce all connection to the royal court to do it. So, I mean, she basically has to say, you know, I am not the king's daughter. So to just marry this scribe who had risen to a very, very high rank in the whole royal court. And this was a king that had a lot of daughters anyway. So it wasn't, you know, he had an excess of daughters. But for him to do that, for her to marry that scribe was hugely favored anyway. You know, the king had highly favored that scribe. But for her to marry that scribe, she had to renounce her royal connections, any claim that her posterity would have to the throne. It was a big process and a big ordeal for that marriage to take place. So I just don't see this happening, where a daughter of the king during the wandering in Sinai would marry one of the sons of one of the tribes. Because here's the thing: these are people entering the land of Canaan. Okay, these are the clans that are entering Canaan, and because they're entering the land of Canaan, you know, what could be possibly a diplomatic connection here between Israelites wandering the Sinai after 40 years and the royal court? There isn't one. So scholars generally have agreed that this is a scribal gloss. This is an insert into the text by a later scribe to try to explain who the she was, as in she conceived. Okay? So anyway, I hope that helps. I don't think that a daughter of Pharaoh really married into one of these tribes. I think that's kind of nonsense. So, yeah, I don't place any stock in this. Okay, and most scholars don't. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. It's a good question, and I really appreciate it. Okay, next one here is from Gustavo Hernandez. And he says, we believe the pagan gods of the nations are fallen angels, but there are stories where the gods described in a benevolent way. Do we have an actual form to answer and approach these beliefs? I don't believe all the pagan gods were fallen angels. This is a very Heiserian point of view, but it is an interpretive point of view. And it was championed by Michael Heiser, basically saying all the pagan gods were fallen angels. I don't believe that. Okay? I think that's I'm going to take kind of Paul's side on this, which is basically the ancient gods are nothing. Paul says, what is a pagan god? It's nothing. What is an idol? It's nothing. Nothing at all. And I think many of the gods of the ancient world were nothing at all. Gustav has another question here. Do we have evidence that some of the gods of the nations were made up, therefore their stories as well? Oh yeah, we do. Oh, we do. Andrew, an idol is idol, yeah. If you go into the tomb of Ramses, I think it's Ramses the 7th or 6th, there's this wall of gods. And it's weird. It is just plain weird. You've got guys like the Upside Down God. Did you? Oh. Mrs. Producer said she just came upon that in a horror movie. Okay. You've got a centipede god. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Another one.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, upside down god. You got a god who's like has two crane heads on it. You have a centipede god. You got all of these strange, weird combinations of things that are deities. They have these gods have no theology. They have no worship. They have no temple. There's absolutely nothing to them other than an image. No, these are not fallen angels. These were made up. So we got a ton of evidence that a lot of these gods of the nations were just sort of cut out of whole cloth. Some of them are inspired by other humans. Like Dionysus, you know, he's inspired by the guy who brought grapes to.
He was real. He just wasn't a god.
Yeah, he was real, but he wasn't a god.
He was just worship.
Yeah.
The guy who brought the wine was worship.
Yeah, it's just not so. A Bible nerd says there's 8 million gods according to Shintoism. There's at least 3,000 or 4,000 in Egypt. You know? So absolutely. Gloomgeist. Grapes are good, though. Well, they are. I don't know, though, if that entitles you to deity, but grapes are delicious. Okay. So. But yeah, I think we've got more than enough evidence to show that the gods of the nations were not fallen angels per se, but a lot of them were just the consequence of having a polytheistic system. That once you have a few gods, they multiply. Gods of many. So yeah, I don't buy that they're fallen angels. Some of them may have been. Possibly some. I wouldn't exclude the possibility that some were, but certainly not all. So, Rob Laird says, my vote is for the buttermilk biscuit god. Well, there's a god you can get behind, right? Hey, they had a god of beer, a god of bread. Why not a buttermilk biscuit god? Okay. Let's move on. First super chat here is from AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Was Moloch a god or a practice? The thinking right now is that Moloch is a practice. Basically the practice of child sacrifice. Child burnt offerings. Okay? That's what a Moloch was. Now, why have we ruled out the idea it's a god? That's because we don't find Molech in theophoric names. We don't find it in say Thiel Boule. We don't find it in inscriptions. No person was ever named after Moloch. So it does appear that Moloch was the practice of the child sacrifice. At those sites where at the Tophet sites where children would be brought and then human sacrifice was performed and their remains were burned. So that's a Moloch. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really, really appreciated. But yeah, the thinking right now is definitely that it is a practice, not a deity. Okay. Daniel C. Kogan. Okay. He asks, I know that early Egypt Exodus daters arrive at 1446 because they subtract 480 from 966 BC of 1 Kings 6:1. But where do people get the 966 to begin with? Great question. Just about everyone agrees on the 966 date, and that's because everyone agrees on the 970 date for the ascension of King Solomon. Okay? And how do we get that? We get that through synchronisms through both branches of the Israelite kingdom, the northern kingdom, and the Judahite kingdom. So each of those kingdoms have synchronisms that peg their dates of the kings of it, and then you just sort of go back and you arrive at common agreement that the date of Solomon coming to his throne was in 970. Now, 1 Kings 6:1 mentions that he starts the construction of the temple of the Lord in his 4th regnal year. So 970 minus 4 gets you 966. And both early daters and late daters agree on this. So this is a point of common agreement between both sides. So, but that's where we get the 966 date from. We all agree on it, and there's no reason to really doubt that. So that's one thing where they're right, but we agree with them on that too. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Ron Cohenkamp asked the follow-up. Do secular scholars actually believe that Solomon existed? Some do, some don't. But here's the problem for secular scholars, is most of them now believe in a King David. Okay, you've got a King David. And they believe in a Rehoboam and Jeroboam the first. So they believe in those two kings that happened after Solomon. What do you do with the years between? I mean, even if you don't believe in the literal name Solomon, you've got to say that somebody was there. So it's sort of a schizophrenic point of view, where those who deny Solomon existed also have that problem then of saying, well, you got this 40-year gap between David and Rehoboam. Okay, what do you do with that? So if you believe that there was a historical David, which everyone does now, pretty much, and if you believe in a historical Rehoboam and Jeroboam, which everyone pretty much does now, it almost compels you to also at least admit that there is someone like Solomon filling that gap. Now that doesn't prove that the deeds of Solomon were true, but at least there's had to be somebody there like Solomon, a king at least of some kind, to fill that gap. It's not 40 years of anarchy. Okay. So there are still some secular scholars that hold out against the idea that Solomon existed. But they're getting more and more fringe by the minute, because it's an untenable position to hold. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you for that follow-up question. Really appreciate it. Haystack asks, will you be watching Lee Cronin's The Mummy that comes out on April 17th? No, I'll be doing my taxes. Wish I was watching my Mummy. the mummy. It's just, oh no, I've got a mass of taxes that are waiting for me that I just got to do. So unfortunately, that's going to be my next project after my exams tomorrow. Cone Camp, even more scary. Oh yeah, taxes are more scary than the mummy, definitely. Especially the Canada Revenue Agency, much more scary. Ooh, 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 very scary.
You can tell a lot about movies.
Mm-hmm. It will be interesting to see it, but I won't be seeing it when it first comes out. I just got too much on my plate. Cohen Camp. Is that what your certification is in? Taxes? Could be. It's a guess. Darkblade asks, what is the difference between supply and quantity supplied, and how would bringing that into tribute from Canaan affect each? I can't really answer that question because I'm not an economist. That gets into very, very fine points of supply and demand economics, which I don't think in ancient times would have been really accounted for. I think they would have lumped that into together, supply and quantity supplied. So, again, it's one of those things where it's really one of those things where when you try to apply fine economic principles that are even today debated in our current economy to the ancient past, it gets really, really difficult to discern. So this is something that's sort of beyond my capabilities to answer because I'm not an economist. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to answer that question to any great satisfaction, and I don't think anyone can, even those who specialize in the economies of ancient Egypt, like Wolfgang Helck used to, or Jack J. Jansen. So, sorry I couldn't be more help on this, but this is just sort of beyond my area, my wheelhouse. Invitational Christian Meso. I know I keep butchering that every time I try this. Asks, what is the most reliable way we can date the time when Abraham lived without taking the biblical ages and literally the biblical ages and chronologies? Okay, there is an issue with taking biblical ages and chronologies in a wooden literal fashion, which is that the issue is that it doesn't add up. And I am currently working on an article that really sort of goes into this issue. And you add biblical ages and it won't add up properly. Not at least when it's put against, say, other objective forms of dating. So there's some cultural understanding there that needs to be added to the equation before you can actually start adding these things up. Okay? But I think the best way to date the time of Abraham is to look at his closest synchronistic relationship, which is basically Hammurabi. Now, Hammurabi invades Canaan, I believe, in his 40th regnal year. And already at that point in time, Abraham had been living in Canaan for about 10 years. So you can sort of get an idea of the rough time frame that Abraham lived by looking at the dates for Hammurabi and then sort of doing the comparison to his probable residence in Canaan at that time. So that's probably the best we can do at this point. So hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, next one is from Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you so much for that super chat. Happy Friday, Folk Clan. Well, happy Friday to you too. Do you have a favorite word for the week? Yes, I do. Terebinth. Bet you didn't see that coming. It's an old-fashioned word for turpentine. Where did that come from? I needed the old-fashioned term for turpentine for writing one of my novels. So I needed a old-fashioned term for turpentine. So I looked it up, and the word is terebinth. So that is my word of the week is terebinth. By the way, this is not going to help you guess my certification. So so that's fun. That's my word of the week. It's terebinth. Thank you for asking. How'd you know I had one? Andrew Graham, is it in house painting? Could be. Okay, next one here is from Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He goes, how much should we Christians think about qualifications / trials by God? It's almost two questions. Qualifications by God, trials by God. You know, there's kind of a little bit of both there. So it's well, trials by God is training for our righteousness. That's what it is. The epistles basically point out that we suffer because of for training as in righteousness, so that we might develop stamina when really serious trials come. So, I think that's kind of what's going on there. So, so that I don't know how much more I can say about that other than what's already been sort of delineated by the New Testament. But that's really what trials are, is a way of developing perseverance in the faith. And so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, we have got some more super chats. AT Ministries. First one here is from does Ephesians 5:18 always mean sinful to get drunk? Okay, now he did tell me a little bit about what the context of this question was, which I thought is actually very helpful. He is having a debate over whether or not Ephesians 5:18 is talking about, is it sinful to get drunk, or is it sinful to be drunk? Okay? And there's a difference here. Okay? Now, the New American Standard Bible translates this as such, and do not get drunk with wine, for that is dissipation. Now, I want to be very, very clear about this. This is not a good translation. In fact, it's a very, very poor translation. When we look at, say, the Greek here, okay, the word for drunk is an infinitive present passive, okay? So it's do not be drunk with wine. It's implying here an ongoing state of drunkenness. Okay? So this is not somebody who gets drunk, has a hangover, and doesn't do it again for another 5 months. No. This is a state where somebody is in a constant state of inebriation. Okay? And we can even figure that out from the whole dissipation thing, because dissipation means it's wasteful. It's a squandering thing. You're throwing away your life by being in that constant state of unproductive inebriation. Okay? So the verse is definitely not saying that it's sinful to get drunk. In fact, we've had many examples in, say, both the Old and New Testament of Israelites getting drunk and it's not counted against them as unrighteousness. Like, for example, Boaz. Boaz in the book of Ruth was hammered when he makes his marriage agreement with Ruth. It says that he had drunken wine and his heart was warm, which is a very how do I say this? A nice way. It's a nice way of saying he was hammered. Okay? Merv Monson says, Christ literally transforms water into wine for drunk wedding guests. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And the wine steward says, it's good wine. And good wine here means hard wine. Really, really, Christ went the extra mile to make it extra fortified. Now, you don't hear that preached in Baptist circles, I'll say that. But okay. Hi, Mama. Glad you could join us. It's already gotten interesting. So, yeah, the text here in Ephesians chapter 5 is basically not saying that it's wrong to get drunk. Okay? It's saying that it's wrong to be in a perpetual state of inebriation. That's what it's saying. And again, it's that infinitive, a present passive that sort of defines that. And again, if that wasn't enough, dissipation means that you're wasting your life. So the whole idea of you can't dissipate your life with one round of drunkenness. You only can dissipate your life through a lifestyle of being perpetually inebriated. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay, next one here from AT Ministries is... he says, there's a belief that one must integrate their shadow, take their dark side under control in order to complete and operate properly. This isn't about overcoming darkness, but controlling and utilizing it. Does this idea fit into a Christian worldview? Absolutely not. The whole idea of now, the darkness in a Christian worldview is our sin nature. Controlling and utilizing our sin nature is not something that you find in a Christian worldview. It's something that you find in other worldviews, like Taoism, Confucianism, but it's not something you find in the Christian worldview. We are to put aside our sin nature. We are subject our sin nature to Christ. We are to let the Holy Spirit overcome our sin nature. We are never to control it and utilize it. That's a formula for rampant sin and disaster. And again, it's one of those things that I would say that it's just not a great way of doing it. So again, I just think that this is not something that we should be a worldview that we should be taking part in, because it's not trying to defeat sin. It's basically using sin. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. And the next one here for $5. Thank you for the super chat. AT Ministries. He says, in regard to a prior question on Exodus 3:14, the Septuagint, by the time of the first century, Jews read it as ego eimi, instead of ego ho, ime ho on. Yeah. Because it's a more direct translation, but it's also this. It's not just that ego eimi is found in Exodus 3:14. Here. Let's see, find that here. Exodus. Yeah, it is. It is. But I am who I am is abbreviated here. Okay. The fact is that they do read this. I mean, this whole part, the I am bit is ego eimi. That's how it's translated. Okay. The who on, who I am, or I am who is the one. Okay. The Septuagint translation here is not perfect anyway, so eventually that would have been dropped off. But again, they're in the first century. They're going to abbreviate this. They're not going to use the full Septuagint translation. Again, the Septuagint, while it is still the common use translation in the first century, it's still not. It's still a translation. They viewed it as a translation, and the translation is not sacrosanct. So they will eventually abbreviate that to ego eimi, especially in religiously poignant situations. So it's not that they sort of truncated it, but it's pretty much means the same thing. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay. Next one here is from Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. And he has a writing question. Ooh. How can one know when they have mastered drowsy dreaming writing? I forgot the term you call it. It's called fictive dreaming. It's where you use your subconscious and you write your story in a dream state. Okay? And how do you know that you've mastered it? Is when you start dreaming about your characters in your sleep.
Character stuff.
When your characters take over your dreams and won't let you sleep. That's how you know. When they wake you up in the middle of the night and say, hey, this is what I'm doing in your story now. Go write it down. There was a story, it happened to me this week where I hadn't touched some of my novel projects for a while because I'm trying to get that Moses chapter done, which is almost complete, by the way. And in the middle of the night, my characters wake me up and say, I'm going to do this thing. So... Guru Lady says, I do that all the time. Nothing new. That's how I write the best stories. It's how I write my best stories. The technique was actually has not been so much used in writing fiction. It has been very influential in, say, the visual arts. It was a technique that was advocated by Salvador Dali. So a lot of his surrealism came from fictive, basically artistic dreaming. And fictive dreaming is just the same thing, except you're using your characters and your storylines instead of it, instead of, say, visual arts. So, Mama says, so what is Sloppy up to now? Oh, that'd be telling. That would be telling. uh, but Sloppy, I haven't actually gotten Sloppy back. He's briefly mentioned in book 3, which is coming out in July. By the way, this is book 3 right here. Lord of Steel and Sky. So, oops, finger out of the way there. See, book 3 at the bottom. So, yeah, we put the book number on the bottom here so that everyone isn't confused of what book comes first. So, oh, cool. Well, thank you, Mama. Really appreciate that. She says, I requested all 3 books at my library. Cool. Well, I'm writing book 4 and 5 at the same time. So we are looking at potentially having... Okay. Annie Manul says, Sloppy saves the universe from bad donuts. Saves it or creates it? I don't know. Hard to say. Okay. So, let's get back to this. So yeah, fictive dreaming, how do you know you've mastered it is when you can use it consistently. That's when you know when you can start using it consistently, and when it sort of does its own thing on its own, and your characters are acting totally within character in your dreams, then you've pretty much mastered it. So when you can control the process to the extent that you can have it create stories on basically on demand, then yeah, you've pretty much got it. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Andrew Graham, how many books are in the series? Well, there'll be 5 so far. I don't see an end in sight, but I believe there will be probably at least 6. But who knows? Who knows? I mean, if Sloppy gets his own book, then we're talking 7th one. So, but I've got 3 that are finished, 2 that are in the works, 1 that's sort of in the planning, and then who knows what goes on beyond that. Okay, so moving on here. Next one here is from Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, flat earthers, and they're a waste of time, have made me realize how tired Jesus must have felt every time he would perform a miracle just to see them still doubt. See they still doubt him. Yeah, there's no reasoning with a flat earther. It's almost a waste of time to even talk to them. It's the desire to want to believe a conspiracy theory, and you just aren't going to get around that. Yeah, they're time wasters. They're time wasters, absolutely. Most of us have better things to do than deal with irrational idiots. And there's nothing more you could. Ryan says flat earthers will come around eventually. Well, we used to. I remember in the 70s and 80s, we used to talk about flat earthers as being fictional people that didn't really exist because everyone just knew the Earth was round. The internet created flat earthers. Yeah. It really did. Yeah. I mean, the internet was responsible for some good things, but it was responsible for some really humdinger stuff too. And one of those things is the creation of flat earthers or the resurrection of flat earthers. There are more flat earthers running around today than there has been since 1492.
So, but even back then, they didn't think the Earth was flat.
No, they didn't think it was flat in
Because
1492.
they understood that the horizon rounded.
People have known that the Earth was round since the 3rd century BC. I think it was Aristophanes that came up with the calculation, and he was not far off. He was only 10% off. He had figured out not only that the Earth was a globe, but how big it was. So, but yeah, they Bomb Papa says, for a while I just assumed that flat earthers were just trolls. Yeah, they're not trolls. They really do believe this stuff. And some of them even believe that it's a salvation issue, which is really bizarre. All right, let's move on to the next one here. I'll take actually a few more super chats here from AT Ministries. And next one here is, when did clerical celibacy arrive in Rome and the rest of the Western Church? It arrived in Rome in the late 2nd century AD. That's when it arrived in Rome. It hit basically Rome earlier than anywhere else. So the mid to late 2nd century AD is when Rome started practicing celibacy amongst the priesthood, and it was mostly confined to Rome until, say, the ecumenical councils of the 4th century, and then it spread everywhere after that. But it was basically, it arrived. Mama asks, what was the reason given for it? It was the basic reason given for it was that, and I'll find it here. The one wife clause, I think it's in Timothy. Let's see here. It's either Timothy or Titus. Let me find it here. Yeah, here it is. It's an interpretation of this particular passage. Okay. An overseer, elder, episkopos, and this is 1 Timothy 3, chapter verse 2. An overseer then must be above reproach, the husband of one wife, temperate, prudent, respectable, hospitable, able to preach. Okay, now the interpretation that led up to this is the idea of the one wife. The one wife being the church. So it is a misinterpretation of this passage, being that the one wife is the church, so a priest or an elder is only supposed to be married to the church. Which is why you do see Catholic priests wear a wedding ring. A lot of them wear wedding rings. They're not married to women. They're married to the bride of Christ. Yes, I know. Mama says, except the church is the bride of Christ. Yes, I understand that. Apparently, the bride of Christ is has a polyamorous relationship. Which actually does not surprise me that much.
And again, if you hear this taken out of context, remember the context.
Yeah, if you clip this out of context, please remember the context here, okay? But yeah, so this is a misinterpretation of 1 Timothy 3:2, that the idea of the one wife being the bride of Christ, and therefore that priests need to be married to not a actual woman, but the bride of the Christ, which is the church, and therefore they have to be celibate.
And you have to remember, for Paul to have been his position in the church had to.
Well, as a member of the Sanhedrin, yes, Paul would have had to have been married to a woman. So yeah, and frankly, all the disciples were married to women too, all of them.
So pastors, elders need to be.
Okay, Ryan's question here, follow up here is, do you think pastors, elders need to be married? No, but it's a really, really good idea. Okay, I don't think it's a mandatory thing, but I also think it's a really good idea for them to be married. And the reason why is all the rest of this here in the passage. An overseer then must be above reproach, the husband of one wife. Now, that's not mandatory, but temperate, prudent, respectable, hospitable, able to teach. Well, with being married comes temperance, prudence, respectability, and hospitality. It's really hard for a single man to be very hospitable. He doesn't have the facilities to do it. He doesn't have the household to do it. So I don't think pastors and elders need to be married, but I think it's a good idea that they are. So, it helps married men have the advantage of learning all these traits that come with being a good overseer as part of living with somebody for a long period of time. So, Mara says, Jesus wasn't married, he is the high priest. I think celibacy evolved in the priesthood. No. Israelite priests were married. The apostles were married. The fact is that, in Israelite culture, that it's one of those things where it's parents didn't let their children go unmarried. It was the duty of a good parent in Israelite culture to ensure that your kids got married. Bad parents left their kids unmarried. It seems kind of strange to us today, but that was one of those things that if you were a parent in first century Judea and you didn't arrange a good match for your child, good marriage for your child, you were a bad parent. Now, I'm not saying this is true of today, but back then, you were considered a bad parent if you didn't arrange a good coupling for your children. Okay? So while Christ himself chose to be celibate and was not married, it would have those around him were. So Annie Manul says, how do we know if Jesus was or was not married? It was the relationship to his brothers and sisters, and basically as that you would have it would have been mentioned many times if the wife of Christ was there. It would have gone without. I mean, when they come to take him away, it's his brothers and sisters and mother that come to do it, not a spouse. So it's one of those things where if he had been married, it would have been really, really obvious in the text in some way. All right, let's move on to the next one here, which is... next one here is from AT Ministries. When Moses writes, Pharaoh hardens his heart, which times means strengthen, and when it made firm, and when he's heavied in the heart. Well, we'd have to go through the passage sort of stage by stage here, but let's see if we can just give you a little bit of guidelines here. Okay. Okay, and Exodus. First shows up in Exodus 7:13. Yet Pharaoh's heart was hardened. This is kizak. This means to strengthen, make strong, make firm. 7:22. Okay, it's strengthen again. Exodus 8:15. Okay, now in this particular case, but Pharaoh saw there was relief. He hardened his heart, made it heavy. This is where he makes it heavy. So 8:15 is where it's heavy. 8:19 is hardened, strengthened again. 8:32 is made heavy. Exodus 9:7 is again make heavy. 12 is make strong. Let's see if we can find another counter example of the Isaac, Kavod. 10 is Kavod. That make it heavy. Kizak. 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 Okay, there was one other word used. I can't seem to find it at the moment. Okay, we do see two Deuteronomy 2:30 hardened kasha. That means to make fierce or strained. So there are some of the examples here. I haven't found the third one in relation to Pharaoh here, and just going through it quickly, I'd have to look up that, take one more time to find that. But yeah, there's 3 terms for that. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And then the next one we'll take from AD Ministries is, were the Judaizers even Jews? Yes, they were. Judaizers were Jews. At least the early ones were. They were, essentially, the Judaizers were converts of Christianity that wanted to hold to the ritual law. That's what they were. So, and a lot of this comes from the fact that a lot of the early church were Jewish. A lot of them. In fact, the vast majority of the early church was Jewish. So, at least the first century church. So, this becomes a problem in the church where you get what's called the circumcision camp, where they want to insist that Gentiles coming into the Christian faith be circumcised in accordance with the ritual law. So only a Jew in that day and age would insist upon this. So yes, in the early church, almost all the Judaizers were Jewish, and they were, again, they're making this push to keep the ritual law in all its forms. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. Next one is from Common Lurker here, who asked the non-super chat question. What city was the longest lasting capital of ancient Egypt? Okay. There are 2 capitals in ancient Egypt. The imperial capital and the administrative capital. And they're different, and they serve different purposes. The imperial capital is where Pharaoh lives and where he reigns from. The administrative capital is the basically the capital of the central bureaucracy. Think Futurama here, where there's a central bureaucracy. Egypt had a central bureaucracy. Okay? Now, the longest lasting capital... What?
The capital of Egypt was E.
Ryan, the capital of Egypt was E. Or K. Be K. Okay. Libertarians and Trotskyists would not have liked ancient Egypt. They're very bureaucratic. Egypt was an incredibly bureaucratic state. Okay, the longest lasting capital was its administrative capital, Memphis. And Memphis is the administrative capital of Egypt from the 3rd dynasty all the way to the Roman period. So that's the longest capital. Now, which imperial capital was the longest also is a sort of a different question. But it appears to be that the longest serving capital was also imperial capital was also Memphis. And it was the capital again from the 3rd dynasty up until the 9th. And it stretches, I think over 500 years. So it's a really, really long stretch. So I think that's the longest serving imperial capital also. But after the Memphites relocate from Memphis to Heracleopolis, then you get a lot of shorter-lived capitals after that. But Memphis seems to be the longest lasting capital in ancient Egypt. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the question. The next one here is from Striding Herbert for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Is pain as complex in meaning as love and death? Yes. Now, it's not the same as love and death. The thing about pain is there are various kinds of pain. There are emotional pains. There's physical pain. There's pain as in regret. There's a lot of different kinds of pain, just like there's various kinds of love and death. So it is as complex as death and love, but it's also there's also a transitory aspect to pain that you don't find in, say, death. Death tends to not be transitory. Like, for example, let's say I take a hammer, smash my thumb. Okay. It hurts. It's painful. In 48 hours, I won't remember the pain. I won't remember the experience of the pain. I'll remember that it was painful, but I will not remember the actual feeling of pain. Pain is something that goes from the nerve to the brain, but is not actually manifest in the brain itself. So you won't actually remember the experience of pain, but you will remember it was painful. So that adds a level of complexity to its meaning. So, and one could wax really eloquently on the whole meaning of complexity with pain, love, and death. But that's sort of kind of beyond what this channel does. So, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. All right, next one here. Was that question retracted? Shroud of Turin one?
Yeah, because you had already answered it. But if you want to...
Yeah, I'll take it again. Yeah. Tiao Chung asks, Doctor, may I ask your opinion on the Shroud of Turin? Genuine or man-made? Man-made. Okay. It's what I call a misidentified artifact. It is a genuine artifact that was man-made. Okay? So here's... That is not a contradiction. Misunderstood artifacts happen all the time. Okay? So let's talk about what we mean by misunderstood artifacts. They are artifacts that come to have a meaning ascribed to them that is not the same as they were in the context with which they were made. What do I think the Shroud of Turin was? I think it's an Eastern Orthodox shroud that was used for certain ceremonies, particularly Easter. So, not a forgery.
Not a forgery. That's the key point.
Yeah.
Not a forgery.
Ryan says, so a really good forgery? No, not a forgery at all. It is a genuine Eastern Orthodox artifact that dates to long after the death of Christ. Long after. So basically, how the shroud comes into the possession of the West is during a crusade. Okay? So the Crusaders go, they go into Asia Minor and they start ransacking Byzantium. Okay? Constantinople. And they pillage artifacts from Eastern Orthodox churches. They go into the Eastern Orthodox churches and they steal these artifacts. So they find the shroud and they say, oh, this must be the Shroud of Christ. And they take it home. So, it's not that this shroud was the original.
Mama nailed it.
Mama nailed.
Art mistaken for original.
Yeah, pretty much. Mama nails it. Fan art mistaken for original. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. Yeah, it's fan art mistaken for original. Ryan Cohenkamp says, so do we know how it was made? I do.
Book coming later. Book in progress.
Books and videos are in progress. Yes, it's not that hard to figure out once you understand the properties of the artifact involved. So yes, I think I understand how it was made. It's not that hard. Okay, so Mama says, very cool. Well, we hope it is.
Okay, get to.
All right, next one here. So yeah, I think it's a man-made artifact. I think it was intentionally made. I think it was made for ceremonial ritual purposes within an Eastern Orthodox tradition.
So it was not created.
It was not created to be a forgery. It is definitely not a forgery. It's a misidentified artifact. And these things do happen in archaeology. There was this one Anglo-Saxon crown that was on display in the museums. And it's made of slices of wood and bronze, and they had it pictured on the head of an Anglo-Saxon king, and it turned out to be a bucket. No joke. The things, the spires that went up was the handle. was a bucket that had lost the bottom.
Internet.
Tao Chung, thank you, Doctor, but I don't understand why Stirp Team can't come up with an answer. Because they don't want the answer. Stirp Team is incredibly biased. They are so...
Too much invested.
They have too much invested in this as far as it being a miraculous thing that, they can't even look at their own data objectively. I mean, they had Stirp published an article, and it was spectroscopic curves of blood samples. Okay, and Stirp said there's no doubt that this is a blood sample. Well, one of the characteristic things about blood is on the absorption curve, the reflection curve. The reflection curve has a very, very strong signal on a yellow-green bandwidth. Yes, dried blood actually has a color component that's yellow-green. And this point on the spectroscopic reflection curve was completely missing from Stirp's analysis. So there's no way it could have been blood. But the curve absolutely fit with red ochre. Absolutely fit with it. It was a perfect match. Perfect match for red ochre. The secondary curve was a perfect match with carmine red. So, Klipus says, blood turns yellow-greenish deep underwater when the red light is all filtered out. Yeah. It has a yellow-greenish component to it. And that yellowish-greenish spectral reflective signal is a part of identification of blood. And Stirp couldn't find it. And didn't even acknowledge why it wasn't there. So Stirp is just so biased. It can't even see it. So, I give Stirp no credibility at all. They've lost all credibility in my eyes. They even drove out members of Stirp started off as being supposedly impartial, but they very, very quickly said basically, okay, if you're going to be against the miraculous nature of the shroud, you're out. So it basically became an echo chamber for the miraculous creation of the Shroud of Turin. So yeah, I think they've lost all credibility in my mind. They're a joke of an organization. But yeah, I think it's a misunderstood artifact. But it is man-made, but not a forgery either. Okay, next question here is from Michael Watts for 1999. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. He goes, am I wrong for criticizing Eastern Orthodox when they claim the cherubim in the temple are a justification for icon veneration? No, I don't think you are. Here's one of the things. I'm going to be very sort of circumspect about this. I don't think the cherubim in the temple is a good justification for icon veneration. Icon veneration, cherubim were never venerated. Okay? And the point of cherubim was never to venerate. The point of cherubim was to create holy space. Sacred space. That's the point of cherubim. So cherubim is not about veneration in any capacity. So I think that's a wrong-headed approach to justify icon veneration. At the same time, too, I don't think... Clypeus says, be careful what you say. The Orthodox priest down the block won't give you any more holy water. And then what will it do about my vampire problem? They're only a few blocks away, the vampires, so... I mean, how am I going to deal with my vampire problem, then? Okay, now, at the same time, too, would I argue against icon veneration? Probably not. The big question is about icon veneration is, really, is it efficacious? Is it unbiblical? No. Is it abiblical? Yes. And there's a difference between being unbiblical and being abiblical. And the difference is that something that's unbiblical is against the scriptures. And anything that's unbiblical, we should be against. Anything that's abiblical is something that's basically not mentioned by the scriptures, but isn't against them either.
It never tells you to brush.
Yeah, the Bible never tells you to brush your teeth. That's an abiblical practice. You should really brush your teeth. Okay? Icon veneration is an abiblical practice. It's not an unbiblical practice. It's an abiblical practice. So would I go out of my way to criticize it? No. No, I think there's better things to do with my time.
You have the founder of a school, sponsors. Photo was up. People didn't get the vote.
Yeah.
But you nod to it as a sign of respect. So I mean, we do that in this day.
Yeah. Louis Sandoval asks, but how is veneration different from worship? You don't worship icons. That's how it's different. Here's what veneration is. It's two things, okay? And it's showing respect. That's one part of veneration. The other part is appealing to the saint of the icon to pray on your behalf, as the cloud of witnesses, as the great cloud of witnesses. Okay? So, it's one of those things where it's not worship. Nobody worships icons. At least nobody should worship icons. If it does go into worship, that's idolatry. And most Eastern Orthodox would be very, very clear that you're not praying to the icon for a good result, but you're praying to the icon to pray on your behalf. So it is qualitatively different. It's the two, veneration and worship, are different. No one is saying to worship an icon. Nobody. At least nobody should. Because that would cross the line. But the question is veneration efficacious? So it comes down to, is this unbiblical? No. Is it efficacious? Does it actually help anything? Well, I also think no. Because frankly, we are allowed to go directly to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, with whom prayer is efficacious. So do I think it's unbiblical? No. Do I think it's abiblical? Yes. Do I think it's efficacious? No. So that's my view on the veneration of icons. But I think if you have a different basis to criticize, use that instead. This is not a great. This is not. This is not a good subject to focus your time on. Really.
It brings a lot more heat.
Yeah, as my producer says, it brings more heat than light. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you, Micah, for the question. Really appreciate it. Rich Adams says, another Friday night listening to my favorite Bible teacher. Awesome. Awesome. We're glad you're here. Marimar asks, at the Lord's Supper, were there 4 cups of wine for the traditional supper Jesus and the disciples were to consume? Yes, there were. There is the induction cup. Then there is the plagues cup, which is not actually consumed. Nobody consumes the plagues cup. What you do with the plagues cup is you dip your finger in and you sprinkle it. Nobody drinks the second cup. Then there's the Elijah cup, which venerates the return of Elijah. And then finally, there's the consummation cup, or the cup of blessing. Okay. So yeah, at the Lord's Supper, there were 4 cups, only 3 of which were actually drank. Now, drunk, drank. Yeah. So yeah. Mama says, was that why Jesus said they couldn't drink his cup? Yeah, because he was the consummation. So he didn't drink the final cup. Christ did not drink that final cup. Because he, at that point, vowed not to drink of the fruit of the vine until his return. So he was the final cup, the cup of the consummation, the absolute fulfillment of the sacrificial system, the fulfillment of the Passover, the ultimate redemption for sin, so that there would never again need to be another Passover. So,
Good question. When Jesus asked the Father, would
Overclockshot asks, wait, when Jesus asked if the Father would take this cup from them, is that a Passover reference? Absolutely. That is a Passover reference. So, Marimar asks, I heard a story that the wine Jesus drank from the sponge was representative of the 4th cup. It's not representative of the 4th cup. He didn't actually drink of it. He tasted it and then rejected it. The other thing you have to understand about that sponge, there's a couple things about that sponge. I won't go into too much detail. It's a toilet sponge. Okay, that's what it is. It was meant to be an insult to Christ, but it also had wine laced with gall, which is a poison. It was meant to humiliate and accelerate the death. That was the point of it. That's why Christ didn't drink it. Because it was poisoned. It would have abbreviated the suffering. Yeah, Ryan Cohen for faster dying. Exactly. Asclepius, so he did taste the cup of poison? Yeah, he tasted it. But again, tasting is not drinking, not in that context. Okay, let's go move on to the next question here. AT Ministers asks, what are the origins of the halo? I think he's asking about the halo of light that encircles the head on icons. We don't see this in iconic art until the at least the 6th century AD. Maybe the late 5th at the earliest. But definitely we finally see this in the 6th century. It was seen as basically an artistic representation of something that's holy. So, it comes along with iconography, with church and cathedral iconography. Again, the earliest representations of this are about 500 AD. That's the earliest representations of that, and every art historian will basically agree with this. So, it's something that happens about 500 years after Christ, but that's generally the origins of it. It's something that you see in the decoration of Eastern cathedrals. So it's more of an artistic style than a theological statement. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Next one here. 1 Kings 11:7 says Chemosh is Moab's god. Is that true? Let's look up the passage and then we'll comment on it. Which is 1 Kings 11, verse 7. Then Solomon built a high place for Chemosh, the detestable idol of Moab, on the mountain which is east of Jerusalem, and for Moloch, the detestable idol of the sons of Ammon. Okay. Now, this is a play on words here, okay? There's two things going on here. One is that Chemosh is the god of the Moabites. We do find Chemosh names amongst Moabite seals impressions. There's really no question about it. Chemosh was the god of the Moabites. That is absolutely true. I hear, though, this is kind of interesting. Because the idol of the Ammonites was not Moloch, but Milcom. So what are they doing? What's the author doing here? This is interesting. They're tweaking the name. Okay, so the biblical author here is tweaking the name from Milcom to something worse, which is Moloch. And Israelite writers did this, where if they wanted to be really sort of acerbic, they would tweak the name to something worse, like Nabal, Abigail's husband, who denies the armies of David food and hospitality. Nabal is probably not his original name. Nabal means fool. No mother names their kid fool. At least no good mother.
Maybe a mother who already has 4 kids.
Yes. So, now we don't know if the Ammonites ever had a Tophet. That's not clear. But what we do know is the Israelite leaders did not like the Ammonites. So I pity the Nabal. Well, that would have been a good t-shirt. That would have been a good t-shirt. Yeah, so they're tweaking Milcom into Moloch. But we have actually no evidence, or at least not much evidence, that they had a Tophet. Now, the sons of Ammon did occasionally do child sacrifice. We do know that that's true. How do we know that's true? Because when their cities were invaded, the king would sacrifice his eldest son at the walls to shift the tide of battle. So yeah, that was a thing. And Moab did that too. So it's just one of those things. Okay. So I hope that answered that question. Thank you very much for the super chat. But yes, Chemosh is Moab's god. Gloomgeist said, I've been seeing a push for saying that they didn't sacrifice children. We've got reliefs from Egypt that show that they did. In fact, there's a beautiful relief in the Ramesseum where Ramses II is invading a Canaanite city, probably Gaza. And there's the king, the Canaanite king, sacrificing his child right from the top. So yeah, they did that. So especially under times of invasion. So we have proof that some Canaanite kings did sacrifice their children. Mama says, did child sacrifice involve consuming some of the sacrifice? You mean eat? No. The child sacrifice in Canaan did not involve cannibalism. Just to be clear about that. Okay, did not involve cannibalism. The children were often, though, burnt. So it was part of a burnt offering. All right, next one here. From AT Ministries. 1 Kings 11:13. Didn't they keep 2 tribes? Let's see here. 1 Kings 11:13. Okay. Start verse 12. Nevertheless, I will not do it in the days for the sake of your father David, but I will tear it out of your hand, out of the hand of your son. However, I will not tear away all the kingdom, but I will give 1 tribe to your son for the sake of my servant and for the sake of Jerusalem, which I have chosen. Okay, yes, they did keep 2 tribes. The tribe of Judah and the tribe of Benjamin. Okay. However, Benjamin was kind of an oddball tribe anyway. Because it didn't all go to them. It sort of split because of Solomonic redistricting. So, in theory, he did keep 2 tribes. But it was kind of more like 1.5-ish. So, yes. Even though the prophecy says here, I will give 1 tribe to your son. And for the sake of your servant, there were actually 1.5-ish. Yeah, ancient gerrymandering. Oh, yeah. Solomon was infamous for this. I just accidentally hit something. Okay, I think... Sorry about that. I hit the wrong button by mistake. Are we back? Okay, I'm back. Yeesh. Okay. Be careful with a mouse. Mouses are dangerous. Okay, let's go on. Move on to the next one here. All right, next one here. Eli Shane. He didn't put a Q and a colon in front of it, so he probably would have missed it if he hadn't have kind of stated so. But I once heard a theory, again, if you want your question to be C, you got to put a Q and a colon in front of it. No Q, no colon. We may not see it. Okay? We take it as a question posed to the group if there's no Q and colon there. So, really important that you put that there. All right, and he says, I once heard a theory from Taco Talks. Really? Taco Talks? That Amenhotep II was the second son of the Exodus pharaoh. And that he wrote about this, about how his older brother died in the 10th plague. Can you say if that's true? I can say a couple things here. Okay? One, Amenhotep II left no record saying that his older brother died in the 10th plague. Or any plague. Okay? So we know that. That's an absolute. Okay? Amenhotep II left no record to that. As far as him being the second son of the Exodus pharaoh, we don't know where he ranked as being a son of the he was a son of a minor queen. That much we know. He was a minor son, a queen, son of a minor queen of Tutmosis III. So, what does that mean as far as his placement? Was he second son? Maybe. Was he oldest son, but of the wrong queen? Maybe. Was he 15th in line? Maybe. We don't know. Yeah, minor son of a minor queen. Exactly. This is one of the reasons why he had to sort of prove himself. Is because we don't know. We know he was not the son of the Great Queen. In fact, we don't know who the Great Queen of Tutmosis III was. We just know that at the death of Tutmosis III, it became a free-for-all. So, and this is what happens when the Great Queen is not named and there's no son of the Great Queen. It becomes a free-for-all between the sons. And whoever stands out head and shoulders and can secure the throne, he gets it. So, but there is no record of his older brother dying in a plague. There's no record of that at all. I don't know where Taco Talks get that from. Probably from his refried beans. So, Ryan Cohenkamp asked, "How was a Great Queen named?" Essentially, the king basically says, "You're the Great Queen." That's how it's done. It's like that. Now, normally, it usually happens after the first queen gives birth to a male heir. So, the male heir usually secures the position of the Great Queen. Andrew Graham, you're it. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Before a baby's born, it's usually...
Yeah, and usually before the baby's born, well, it's often even not named before the baby's born. So, in case it's a girl. There's actually, it was even a couple instances where Great Queens lost their status. So Akhenaten had several Great Queens.
Oh, that's Brian.
Yeah, I'm not gonna repost that. Yeah, Akhenaten.
Andrew, that's a good question.
Hmm?
So you've got a Great Queen name, but
what happens if the baby dies? If the baby dies, she's essentially Great Queen until a new one comes along. Okay. If another mother gives birth to the next son, the designation of Great Queen changes. So, it's only these women only kept the Great Queen designation as long as their offspring were alive. So, Clypeus, fertility contest. In a sense, yeah. Welcome to royal succession. Okay, next one here. Let's see here. What do we got here? Louis Sandoval, where was Abraham's Ur? Okay. It is in northern Mesopotamia at a place called Urkesh. And it is an active archaeological site. You can find it on Google Maps. I think it's in Iraq, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it's a place called Urkesh. And it is in Mesopotamia, unlike Ur of Sumer, which is actually not in Mesopotamia. So, there's about a half dozen Urs in Mesopotamia, but I think Abraham's Ur is Urkesh. So, Ryan Cohenkamp asks, do we know how many fallen angels there are? No. We have no clue. We know they can't procreate. We know that they cannot, that there's many, many of them. There have been some people that have said, myriads of angels. Okay. Oh, that's 100 million. Okay. That's 100 million. And the idea of fallen angels is that a third of the angels fell. So a third of 100 million is 33 million. Okay. But I wouldn't place that number as bona fide. The myriads of myriads is really just an expression of uncountable number. So Mama says, third of heaven. How big is the spiritual realm? Huge. Huge. The spiritual realm is absolutely massive. Scott Worthen, did Dante would Dante have a good claim? He's got a good estimate as to the notable fallen angels. Yeah. Again, I think the whole idea of myriads is, and a myriad is 10,000, by the way. That's again, it's a hyperbolic number. So, I don't think there's any way to give a good estimate of it. So,
Cereal's got a point. If there's so many, how come Gabriel and Michael?
Cereal Bowl says, if there are so many angels, why do Gabriel and Michael keep getting mentioned, with none other being mentioned besides Abaddon? Well, Gabriel and Michael are superstars.
That happens even in this spirit.
That happens even in the spiritual world. Okay. But that's I mean, look, Gabriel's an archangel. Gabriel's an archangel. Now, we don't know exactly what that means. He's a high angel, whatever that is.
Like he says, there's so many NFL players. Why is Tom Brady?
Yeah, Clypeus has it right here. If there's so many NFL players, why is Tom Brady in so many headlines? Exactly, yeah. Because they're superstars. Michael's a badass. I mean, that's basically what he is. I mean, he's the toughest guy on Heaven's block. Michael's taking names and kicking butt. That's what he does. He's He's one of the Sarim. He's one of the heavenly Sarim. One of the princes of the heavenly host.
Mama's got a point too. Counting's pointless or not, so long as you know the proportion.
Yeah. Mama says, counting is pointless so long as you know the proportion. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, let's move on to the next question here. Louis Sandoval asks, how do we know in your case that out of many Egyptian false gods that there were real spiritual ones out there? We don't. We don't. But we do know that there's so many of Egyptian gods that are just made up that you know, I mean, centipede head god. I mean, come on. Does nothing. It is a god that does nothing.
There's got to be a lot.
God of chocolate?
That god's affected.
I mean, let's see if I can find a quick look here at some. I'll describe some of these gods for you, because they're wacky. If I can get it up in time.
Mama.
14-year-old, he's a bad donkey.
Yes, dear.
All right, let's see if I can find a picture here from that tomb. And it's just like, it's like nutso. And it's taking its sweet time here. Let's see if I can find some of these. And I'll post it here so you can see it as well, I hope. Okay, it's... where is Kings Valley? Kings Valley. Language. All right, there are some. Do I have anything other than a... Okay, we have... Let's see, a dead person. Oh, here's a nice one. Okay, I will see if I can save this. Jeez. Don't do that. It's gonna be... You know what I think I'm gonna do? I think I am going to just cut this. All right. All right, I'm going to do this instead, because this will be more efficient. Let's do a window capture. Properties. Okay, yeah, that will work better. All right, we're going to show you some of the gods of Egypt here. Okay, okay. And... Okay, these are gods that are posted one of the Egyptian tombs here. Okay. Alrighty. Let's have fun with this. Here we got a god, which is a Nubian tied to a slaver pole. That's a god. We've got a Kepper, which is okay, that's fine. We have got a cow-headed god underwater. That's a god. We've got an eye on, and it just says here, god of Churet, whatever that is, which is looks like basically an oval. Let's see here. An oval with a eye in it. We've got a looks like a cattle that's like upright. Okay. We got that god. We got a god. Yeah, it could be Pokemon. We've got another beetle god wearing a black dress. Beside it, we've got a god with cow skin color of some sort. There's that slave god. We've got another beetle god with wings on a mummy. Do I have any more here? Where's that? Very good. So, it's just a crazy plethora of deities here. And it just goes on and on and on down this tomb. So, do I think these are real gods? No, I don't. Do I think they're fallen angels? No. They're nothing. Quite literally nothing.
Clypeus, they probably would have loved trading card games.
Clypeus, they probably would have loved trading card games. Oh yeah, they definitely... Pokemon cards, that would be right up their alley. Clypeus, did ancient Egyptians have, like, god inventors? Concept artists? Probably. Probably. Count of Marcy Babi, the baboon god of Egypt. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, this is like, yeah, no way could you ascribe this to each one of these being a fallen angel. It's just, yeah. So, no, I don't. It would be a futile process to try to weed out the ones that are really angelic fallen angels versus the ones that are just made up.
Bro, have you seen my shiny horse? Got huge power level.
Clypeus, bro, have you seen my shiny horse? It's got a huge power level. Gotta catch them all. Scott Warthen, psychedelics used while walking alongside the Niles. Gyptos must have been tripping on something. Come all these colorful characters. Scott Warthen asks, what chems did these Egyptians dose themselves on? Lotus. Lotus juice. Very trippy. Very, very trippy. All right, next one here. Let's move on here. Louis Sandoval asks, why did the Egyptians build pyramids? The resurrection machines. Essentially, the idea is that the power of the king used the pyramid to resurrect nightly from the dead. Essentially, that the pyramid provided a means to for the soul of the kingdom to return from the afterlife to collect offerings so he would be fed and wouldn't starve. And those buried around him would get the residual energy from the king to come back from the dead to collect their offerings so they didn't starve. So it's essentially the pyramids are resurrection machines to prevent starvation. That's what it is. Because the one thing Egyptians feared more than anything was starvation. They absolutely were. Look, they were more terrified of starving to death than actually dying by the sword. So, Scott Worthen says, I heard it was a major trade commodity with the Minoans, the Opians. Yes, the Cypriots, not so much the Minoans, but the Cypriots did have an opium trade with Egypt. You don't really find that, though, until the Second Intermediate Period. But opioids, the poppy sap was usually in wine or in honey. It wasn't used to trip on, though. It wasn't used in that way. How do I say this? The use of opioids in Egypt was more akin to aspirin. It was an analgesic. When Egyptians wanted to go to get high, they didn't use opium. They used lotus juice. So that's the reason. It's essentially that that whole idea of the trade with Minopians for poppy extract. That's again all that's analgesic stuff. But
can you mix?
Clypeus asks, can you mix them? You could, but it wouldn't produce the same thing. Okay. It won't. Compounding opioids and lotus juice would not get you anything that's interesting. They work on two different actions. Okay. So opioids act upon the neurotransmitters in your brain that give you a high, basically because they're interfering with dopamine receptors. Lotus juice is a hallucinogen. Okay, it makes you see funky stuff. So yeah, very, very different kinds of actions. All right, next one here. We'll take is a few more from AT Ministries here. Next one here, 1 Kings 11, 19 to 40. Can we identify these pharaohs? Let's look up what's being asked here. So we'll get the Bible here. 1 Kings 11, 19 and 40. Okay. Let's see here. 1 Kings 11 will start at verse 17. That Hadad fled to Egypt. He had certain Edomites of his father's servant while Hadad was a young boy. And when they arose from Midian and came to Paran, and they took men with them from Paran and came to Egypt, to Pharaoh the king, who gave him a house and now assigned him food in the land. Now Hadad had found Pharaoh great favor before Pharaoh, so that he gave him in marriage to the sister of his own wife, the sister of Tahpenes the queen. All right, now this is during the time of Solomon. Yes, okay. The king during the time of Solomon was Shoshank the First, at least during his latter years. So, Solomon reigns from. Here, let me get my from basically 970 to 931 BC. The three kings that reigned during the time of Solomon were Siamon, who reigned from 980 to 961. That's probably the king that gave Solomon his wife. Susenes II, who reigned from 961 to 947, and then Shoshank I, who's of a different dynasty, from 947 to 925. Now, Siamon and Susenes II had good relations with Solomon, so it's unlikely it was either of those two. So, to harbor an enemy of Solomon here, let's go further down, 940 here. To 1 Kings 11:40. Solomon sought to put Jeroboam to death, but Jeroboam arose and fled to Egypt to Shishak, king of Egypt. That's Shishak I. So yeah, we can absolutely identify who that was. So that's Shishak I. He's the guy who built the Bubastite portal in Egypt, where we showed you the Bubastite portal when you were there. So yeah, that's who that was. This is Shishak I. And most likely the same king it's also Shishak I in verse 19 as well. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Then 1 Kings 11:30. So God decides to split the kingdom. We'll take that lurker question in a moment here. 11:30. First Kings 11:30. Then Ahijah took hold of a new cloak, which was torn into 12 pieces. And then he said to Jeroboam, "Take for yourself 10 pieces, for just says the Lord God of Israel, behold, I will tear the kingdom out of your hand and Solomon and give you 10 tribes. But he will have one tribe for my sake," and this is an interpolation here. This is another scribal gloss in verse 32. Okay, so Jeroboam gets 10. Rehoboam gets 2. So, yes, there is a prophetic aspect to this. This is judgment, again, for Solomon following other gods. That's the judgment that Solomon maintains, is he's not faithful to Yahweh. He worships other gods, and then that results in the splitting of his kingdom. So absolutely, that's what's going on there. He has a follow-up here. Since God is the one who split Israel, what does this mean about the Israelite religion? Were northern tribes still expected to go to Jerusalem? Yes, they were. There was only one place prescribed for worship to Yahweh. So yes, the northern tribes were still expected to go to Jerusalem. But there's also consequences to not following Yahweh. You don't follow Yahweh, bad stuff happens. You follow other gods, bad stuff happens. So they were told, Solomon, your kingdom will last as long as you and your posterity follow the Lord. They didn't. This led to the weakening and this division of the kingdom. So yeah, even though that there was a split, God split Israel, it still was the place that Jerusalem was still the place where the worship of the Lord was prescribed. So Clypeus says, "Don't go your way, go Yahweh." Yeah.
That's pretty much what the Old
That's pretty much what the Old Testament says, which is, if you want to worship God, you got to do it God's way. Well, yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, if you don't follow the Lord and his precepts, that's an issue. Okay. Moving on here. Let's see here. Luis Sandoval. Does God let people whose loved ones recently died to visit one last time? Oh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Because the text does say it is appointed unto men to die once and then the judgment. Now, does God allow somebody who is not going to face judgment to make a temporary visit? Possible. I'd say it's rare. But it's not unbiblical either. So possible, yes. Rare also. For the reprobate, no. So if the person was an unbeliever, yeah, there'd be no second visit. Yeah. Maverick Glow says there are those who say the soul lingers for 40 days after that person dies. There's also people who say the world is flat too, but a lot of people say a lot of things. So I don't take hearsay for much. Lou Sandoval asks, does a Christian need to instantly forgive people who do them wrong and waive all the consequences the moment they do something wrong? No. Do they have to forgive? Yes. Do they have to do it immediately? Probably not. Probably can't. I mean, depending on the severity of
is talking about being bullied, active as no one.
Well, if there's no repentance, there's no need for forgiveness. I mean, there's just you can't. If someone's being actively bullied, you can't forgive that immediately unless there's repentance. So,
or you're out.
Or you're out of the situation entirely. But you know, we've talked about this repeatedly.
There are still going to be consequences, even if it
yeah. Yeah, there's always going to be consequences to sin. You know, the consequences don't go away once somebody repents. You know, so
and forgiving somebody is more you don't nurture hate against them.
Well, you don't hold it against them, is you know. But to say you need to instantly forgive them, well, sometimes people can't do that. Depends on the degree of the hurt. You know.
And a lot of times you have to pray for God to give you the grace.
Yeah.
Because quite frankly, being angry is a form of protection.
Yeah.
It gives you the energy, it tells you the situation is wrong, and it gives you the energy.
Yeah. Yeah. And it doesn't erase the consequence. It just doesn't erase the consequence. So it all depends. I mean, this really does depend. Is if there is no repentance, there's no basis for forgiveness. So a lot of this is going to depend upon the circumstances. So that's the best we can give it at this point. So. We got a $5 super chat here from Billy Ningen, who asks, Dr. Falk, is the New Kingdom era calendar the same as the modern day calendar? Not quite. The New Kingdom era calendar was 365 days, no quarter day yet. You won't see the quarter day introduced until, I believe it is during the early Ptolemaic period. So in the New Kingdom calendar, they still had their calendar rotating through the solar cycle, because they just hadn't counted for that quarter day yet. So it's not the same. It's different by a quarter day, and that quarter day does add up over thousands of years. So not quite the same. It's getting there, but it's not quite there yet. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay, I'll take some more. Let's see here. More AT Ministry super chats. Okay, 1 Kings 12:16. They can just peace out like that? I don't know. Let's see what's the text here. 1 Kings 12, verse 16. So the king did. We'll start at 15. So the king did not listen to the people. This is Rehoboam. For it was a turn of events from the Lord, that he might establish his word, which the Lord spoke through Ahijah the Shilonite to Jeroboam son of Nebat. When all of Israel saw that the king did not listen to them, the people answered the king, saying, What portion do we have in David? We have no inheritance in the son of Jesse. To your tents, O Israel. Now look after your own house, David. So they departed their tents. Oh, yeah. Could they just peace out like that? Sure. This is a clan culture. This is a tribal society. You know, the king rules at the assent of the clans. If the clans object to your rulership, you don't have a kingdom anymore. So absolutely, they could totally peace out like this. The king relied on the clans for the armies, for the military men, for the fighting men. They relied upon the clans for taxation and corvée labor. Absolutely, they could just peace out like that. Without the clans, the king was nothing. And this is sort of again, this is what Solomon tried to unsuccessfully break up. Okay? Is that Solomon tried to break up the tribal system so that he wouldn't have had to face this. But he didn't do it thorough enough. So at this point, the clans are just saying, yeah, we've had enough. Bye-bye. So yeah, absolutely. Okay, next one. 1 Kings 12:25 for $2. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, doesn't Shechem predate Jeroboam? Well, let's see what it says here. 25. Thus says the Lord, you must go up and fight against your relatives, sons of Israel. Return every man to his house, for this thing has come from me. So they listened to the word of the Lord and returned and went their way according to the word of the Lord. Then Jeroboam built Shechem in the hill country of Ephraim and lived there, and went from there and built Penuel. Okay. Yes, Shechem did predate Jeroboam, but this is not that he's building it from scratch. He's building it up. So you don't. Here's one of the things: is in Hebrew syntax, you don't see build up. You don't see a verb with a preposition. Okay, like that. That's not something you find in Hebrew. Okay, so instead of saying they built up, they say they built. Okay, which is true. If Shechem resists and you add a wall and a palace, you're building Shechem. Okay? We have to be really careful here again not to view the text through Western eyes. Western eyes will look at a passage like this and say, oh, the text is saying that Jeroboam was the original builder of Shechem because he built it in its totality. Text isn't saying that, but through Western eyes we could get that impression. What the text is really saying is he's adding to Shechem. Okay? But one doesn't add to Shechem, one builds Shechem. So again, it's one of those things where we have to be careful here not to overread the text. If we overread the text, we fall into error. So yeah, it's not saying here that he was the original builder of Shechem. Nobody in this time would have read this and thought, oh, Jeroboam was the founder of Shechem. No one's saying that. What they are saying is he built up Shechem. That's essentially what it means. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Next one here, First King 28, 1228 for $2. Thank you for the super chat. He says, why two gods? All right, what's this here? Okay. Okay, this is the golden calves here of Jeroboam. What's Jeroboam? All right. Yeah, Jeroboam 25. Then Jeroboam built Shechem in the hill country of Ephraim and lived there. And Jeroboam said in his heart, now the kingdom will return to the house of David. If this people go up to offer sacrifices to the house of Jerusalem, then the heart of his people will return to their Lord, even to Rehoboam the king of Judah, and they will kill me and return to Rehoboam king of Judah. So the king consulted and made 2 golden calves, and said, it is too much for you to go up to Jerusalem. Behold your gods, O Israel, that brought you up from the land of Egypt. Okay. Now, here's what's going on here, and it's not quite what it seems at first blush. It's not, I don't know how this is. It's the Israelites, it's the Judahite writer putting words in Rehoboam's mouth. Now, what's going on here at this temple of the Lord that Rehoboam is built, or Jeroboam is building, is he's building a competing temple to the temple of Yahweh in Jerusalem. So this is aberrant Yahwehism. Okay? It's aberrant Yahwehism. It's not yet full idolatry. Okay? But what's happening is Rehoboam designs his temple of the Lord. He doesn't use cherubim like they do in Jerusalem, because that's too close to the Jerusalem temple. So he's going to use bull imagery in place of cherubim. So instead of, say, cherubim, he uses calves, golden calves. Well, for the Israelite writer, the image of golden calves is indistinguishable from the golden calf in Sinai. And for the Israelite writer, he's basically saying that Jeroboam is starting Israel down the path of idolatry. So, even though Jeroboam is not actually doing idolatry here, he's also not worshiping God in God's way. So he's setting up a competing temple of the Lord, which is a no-no, using golden calves instead of cherubims, which is a no-no. He's going to become a kingly priest. He's going to do priestly service and burn incense at the altar, which is a no-no. And it's going to put the northern kingdom of Israel on the trajectory of idolatry. So the Israelite writer is cutting to the chase and basically saying that Jeroboam is going to set them on that path. Why 2 calves? Because cherubim were in pairs, or 4s, or 12s. They're even numbers. Okay? So where in the temple of the Lord, you had 2 massive cherubim in the Holy of Holies that stretched out their arms over the Holy of Holies. In Jeroboam's temple, it's 2 calves. So that's why the 2 calves. It's because it's paired. It's paired to segregate off sacred space. Just like the cherubim. Except the cherubim were allowed, the calves were not. And the calves, because of their connotation with Baal worship, that's going to lead them to that trajectory. So that's what's going on there. Now, what's interesting is that he splits up the pair. Verse 29, he sets one in Bethel and the other in Dan. So then he takes those pairs that these were originally designed to be in pairs, and at the Temple of Dan, it is said that the laver, the sea of bronze, they had a sea of bronze just like they did in Jerusalem, was supported on the backs of 4 bulls. So, but he's going to eventually split those pairs up to put one in Bethel, one in Dan, as he expands his plan. This plan to build one in Bethel and one in Dan didn't happen overnight. It took time. So originally they were both in one place. Probably Dan. Probably Dan was the original one. And then he splits them up and puts one of the calves eventually in Bethel. So there's a big span of time here. There's a lot of moving pieces here to what's going on at Tel Dan and at Bethel, and there's a whole sort of religious program here that Jeroboam is conducting here. That if you're not kind of aware of what's happening, can kind of make this a confusing text. But essentially, the Israelite writer is cutting to the chase, essentially saying that these golden calves that were originally to replace the cherubim are eventually just going to become idols, like the golden calves. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next one here. Louis Sandoval asks, why did the demons in Matthew 8 beg Jesus to be sent into a herd of pigs? Because he didn't want to be sent to the abyss. That's why.
So if the pigs just die from
Oh yeah, that's it exactly. Mrs. Producer said so. If the pigs just dive off a cliff and die. They can just go, the demons can go and find a new body. What's happening here is kind of two birds being killed with one stone here. This is why Jesus allows it. The fact is that good Jewish boys shouldn't be tending pigs. Okay, they're ritually unclean, really ritually unclean, as unclean as it gets. So,
the smart people have already asked why there's a herd of pigs there for them to jump in.
Why is there a herd of pigs there to begin with? Well, here's what's happening. The Jews are selling the pigs to the Romans. That's what's going on. They're not eating pig themselves. They're selling the pigs to the Romans. But here's the problem with it. They're selling the pigs to the Romans. They're getting silver in exchange for the pigs. They're giving that silver to the temple. It's ritually impure money. Because it was done doing a ritually impure act. So, the idea then of Jesus destroying the herd of pigs by letting the demons go in it just sort of kills two birds with one stone.
And you got to read the rest of the villagers are angry.
Oh yeah, the
don't
villagers
come
are
out and
furious
say,
with
"Oh,
Jesus.
freed that man of demons. That was so kind of you." No, they want to stone him.
Yeah, the villagers want to stone Jesus. He just destroyed their cottage industry. But yeah, that money was ritually impure. Because it had been done using a ritually impure act. You know, they still had to pay their tithes, they still had to pay their taxes. So, by destroying the pigs, the demons are driven out of the man, he's set free, and that cottage industry of ritual impurity is destroyed. Marmara says, Jesus gave 1-2 punch without violence. Yeah, absolutely. And Jesus thought it was a great plan because, you know, pigs went insane when they were inhabited by the demons. So, Scott Worthen adds, dirty money even smells like pork. I don't miss pork chops and don't regret refusing briberies as a front deskman. Well, I like pork. I like pig. Pig is tasty. I eat pig. They're okay, yeah, they're cute and they're intelligent, but they're also tasty. Sausage, bacon. Hey, the bacon sandwich we had for breakfast this morning was pretty dang good.
Philosophically, I'm a vegan.
Bacon is lovely. Thick bacon. We had extra thick bacon, that thick sliced bacon. And we had it on an egg and cheese croissant. Oh. You know. Count of Marcy says, pork is a black market, big black market in the Middle East, and a lot of pig runners there. I know one place in Egypt where you can get a bacon sandwich. I know the only place in Egypt where I can get a bacon sandwich. Tao Chung says, I don't like bacon or ham. I love ham. Oh, ham's delicious. Bacon, ham, sausages. Oh, such good stuff. Such good stuff. Scott Worthen, cops on the edge of town, right? No, cops in the middle of Luxor. Not on the edge of town at all. Ham's so yummy. Anyhow. Louis Sandoval, Dr. Folk, who is your favorite and least favorite person in the Bible, apart from Jesus? Favorite person in the Bible? Oh, what was this guy? What can I say? I mean, you're going to have... I'm an Exodus scholar. Of course I'm going to like Moses. Least favorite person in the Bible? I don't know. Ananias rates pretty high. Yeah, Simon the Magician rates pretty high. Judas Iscariot. I can understand Judas Iscariot. Still a traitor, but I can sort of understand Judas Iscariot. Ananias and Sapphira, I have a hard time understanding. You know, that kind of stupid greed. Stupid greed. I mean, smart greed, maybe, I can understand. Which is why I understand the unfaithful steward. Stupid greed. That's...
Ananias and Sapphira didn't think anybody would catch him.
Yeah. Yeah, Ananias and Sapphira didn't think anyone would catch us, would catch them. But yeah, Ananias and Sapphira, I mean, they must have understood that somebody would get wise that bag of gold was a little light. You know, they sell the large piece of property, and oh, I only got this amount for it.
Joel,
Sure you did.
I mean, he does that. He's got, you know, jets upon jets. And
Yeah.
people still give him all kinds of money.
Yeah.
Now they have a natural disaster. He flies out on a private jet, doesn't let poor people in his church.
Yeah.
They still give him money.
Yeah.
Why would Ananias and Sapphira be any different?
Mari asks, poor Judas, is he in hell? Yes, he is. He's the son of perdition. He's in hell. Okay. Next one here. Overclock Shock asks, Dr. Falk, I was wondering if you had ever seen Ear to Hear's biblical archaeology video. No, I haven't. He makes some claims about Egyptian stuff that sounds sus to me. There's a lot of both apologists and, say, legitimate Old Testament scholars that say a lot of sus stuff about Egypt. Egypt is not an easy discipline. It's a very, very difficult discipline. It's a primary source discipline. So it's a discipline where you have to really know the primary sources really, really well. So it's really easy to muck things up. Really easy to muck things up.
Plus, there's so much.
Yeah, and there's so much to Egyptian history, too. There's so much data. There's so many archaeological digs. There's a lot of language materials and components to the languages. And there's so much bad information floating around about it. I have really caught... I've caught lots of really good Old Testament scholars completely botch the Egyptian material. Really good Egyptian scholars. And I could name them off, and that would permanently put me on their blacklist forever. But I mean, this is one of the reasons why I always ask Old Testament scholars to vet this with real Egyptologists. I've only had one person take me up on that offer. One Bible scholar, one, has taken me up on the offer to vet their material first. And the others will just sort of blunder into it. So, well, this is why I've gained the reputation at like ETS as a monster and myth. Because once I mean, if I see somebody who will say, "Oh, I'm doing a paper on the Exodus," or I'm doing on a paper on Egypt and the Exodus, or something else, I'll go to that paper. It's interesting. It's my thing. I'm really interested in this. And 9 times out of 10, they will botch it up and then double down on botching it up. Maybe 1 time out of 10, they might actually be receptive to being corrective so they don't keep botching it. Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad.
And they miss the whole point of what an academic should be.
Yeah.
Is the fact that you are
name them. Name them. I'll give you one example. Daniel Hayes. Okay? I'm on good terms with him anyway, so this one doesn't matter. You know, I mean, he did a whole paper on, say, Egyptian connections of the Exodus, and totally bungled it. Totally bungled it. I pointed it out. Wow, he doubled down. Dude, so doubled down on it. So, I mean, it is really, Egyptology is a really difficult discipline. And, it's a really difficult, I mean, it requires a bunch of languages that, you just don't get at seminary. Not normally, anyway. I mean, I was lucky enough to get Middle Egyptian at seminary, but it's not common. And frankly, if I had just ended my Egyptology studies with what I learned at seminary, it wasn't enough. This is the thing is, 1 year of Egyptian is not enough to be competent in it. The typical Egyptologist has to take 4 years of language training to be competent in it. And the cycle usually goes Middle Egyptian texts, Late Egyptian, and Coptic. Okay, that's the typical cycle for language training just for Egyptology. You can't get that at a seminary. There's no way you can get that at a seminary. And that doesn't even include the other aspects of Egyptology, such as history, iconography, archaeological relics. I mean, did an entire course on the artifacts of Egypt. Done ones on iconography and osteology, on all these various sub-disciplines.
Awesome.
Mrs. Producer got to sit in on one of my osteology classes, and she was so grateful to do it. So Mrs. Producer got to see me putting some bones together. So it just... But yeah, there's so much complexity to Egyptology. And this is one of the things is that, when you go through... And even a master's degree doesn't cut it. This is one of the things that I think is really interesting about Egyptology as a discipline. You really have to do that PhD. You really have to complete the whole complete academic cycle. Because one of the things about the PhD that all the other degrees don't do for you is you have to have mastery over the sources. The whole point of a Egyptology PhD is showing your mastery of the sources. That you have cast your net far enough to include as many of the sources as is humanly possible. That your research is done in such a way that you have encompassed everything that is possible to encompass. So, you really cannot get that by just either taking a few classes or by reading a few books. You really have to go through the process, and you never trust a secondary source in the end. Because, you do see a lot of secondary sources that say all sorts of crazy stuff that don't reflect in the private. Yeah, Budge. Yeah. Yeah, so it doesn't surprise me that Ear to Hear says stuff that's sus about Egypt. Frank Turek says stuff that's really sus about Egypt. Titus Kennedy says stuff that's sus about Egypt. Scott Stripling says stuff and ABR says stuff that's sus about Egypt. And legitimate Bible scholars do too. So yeah.
They don't know what they don't know.
Yeah, they don't know what they don't know. So it's really hard for them to ascertain what's going on there. So, okay, we'll move on to the next question here. Is from Guru Lady for $10. Thank you very much for the question. And the super chat. She asks, what do you think about the biblical figures living hundreds of years in the Old Testament? Lack of modern toxicity, thoughts and opinions. It's clan ages. That's exactly what it is. And we see this happening. It doesn't just happen in, say, Genesis. It also is found in Exodus. Exodus 6. You want to see old ages? Well, let me put it to you this way. People were not living to their 130s at the time of the 19th dynasty. Okay, so what I think is happening there is you get what's called, say, clan longevities, where the progenitor of the clan gets credit for the entire lifespan of the clan. Clans are like people. They live, they're born, they live, they reproduce, and they die. Okay? Clans can be replaced by new clans. So what we see within those biblical figures that are living to hundreds of years ago is it's not just one person living that long. It's essentially a group of people who, as a clan, are living to that length. And it's one progenitor getting credit for it all. And we see this, Jacob was like that. Jacob is not just claiming his own age, he's also claiming the age of his father. Isaac is the same way, and so is Abraham. So this is just how clan divisions and clan separation and clan longevity works. So it's nothing it's not anything to do with like genetic purity or toxic environment or anything like that. It's just that they're counting the years and crediting it to a single progenitor instead of dividing it up to individuals. So it's just an Eastern way of doing this sort of thing. So Udami asks, is there a paper or book I can read on that specific topic? Yeah. I'm going to be writing a paper on this, hopefully for the ETS journal, if I can get past their editor. There is a book by Clinton Bailey that talks about clan identity. That was very helpful and very formative in my opinion on this. There was also an article that touched upon this by Friedrich Gardner from the 1880s on this too. So, yeah. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Where are the Most High? So Abraham's age minus Isaac's age equals Isaac's actual age. Yeah, it appears to be so. Again, I'll be doing a full paper on this, specifying the details. It's not quite that simple, but it's close. It's close. Okay, next super chat here is from Billy Ningen for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Dr. Falk, allow me to play the devil's advocate. Oh, the devil has so many advocates for himself. Why can't it ever be Christ's advocate? Why is it always the devil who needs the lawyers? Is that saying something? The devil always needs the attorneys, a full staff of attorneys. All right. He says, why should I believe in this Hebraic founding myth when I come from a long-standing and continuous civilization that it has its own founding myth? What? Why should I believe in this founding myth when I come from a long-standing and continuous civilization that has its own founding myth? Why does that discredit why does your founding myth of your civilization discredit the Hebraic founding myth? You don't have to believe it. But
look at evidence for both.
Yeah, it doesn't follow. This doesn't follow. There's
quite a lot of
Warrior of the Most High. Okay, says a question every Hindu asks a new Christian convert. Yeah, okay, these are not mutually exclusive. These are not mutually exclusive. I mean, I guess if you're, I mean, there is something to there is something to the question of veracity of founding myth. Now, let's not use founding myth. Let's use origin story. Let's use origin story instead, because founding myth is loaded language. It's loaded language. So we have a Hebraic origin story, and then we have, say, a long-standing continuous civilization with its own origin story. Okay. Now the question is, just because you believe in your own origin story, does that deprecate the Hebraic one? Well, it depends. If the long-standing and continuous civilization has a pagan or their origin story is of the divine, that's less likely to be true. Okay? Because the original foundation of that, here's one of the things. The more supernatural and, say, more glorified a founding myth is, and the more distant it is from the nation's inception, the less true it is likely to be. So just because the nation itself is long-standing and continuous doesn't mean that founding origin story is true. You get, like, for example, the origin story of the Chinese, which is they're founded by the gods. Well,
drop an S, and there you got it.
It's like, does that actually tell you anything that's actually verifiably true? I don't know. The Egyptian origin story, hatched from the egg of Ra. Well, is it something that you can say is sober? Is it something you can say that has propinquity to the nation itself? No. The Hebraic founding myth, or founding origin story, is one of slavery. There's sobriety to that. Nobody wants to be associated with slavery. People want to be associated with nobility, with divinity. Nobody wants to be associated with slavery. No one wants to be seen as helpless in the situation. The Hebraic origin story is about a helpless people who are enslaved, who are freed by their God. That's the origin story. And it's completely, even if you took out the whole God equation to it, it's still completely believable. Because you can explain it naturalistically. Why do we believe the origin story of the United States? It's 250 years old. Okay. There was a revolution with a tyrannic against a nation that had post-taxation without representation. Why do we believe that? We believe it because there's a sobriety to it. So, if you're going to say, why should you believe X? Well, just because you came from a continuous, long-standing and continuous civilization doesn't actually affirm that long-standing and continuous civilization's founding story is correct. So, there's... just... It doesn't follow. It just doesn't follow. But here's one of the things I think we have to keep in mind, too, is when we engage something like this is not a logical argument. This is not an argument of logic. This is a cultural apologetic. Okay? Yeah, Hindus use this all the time. It's a cultural apologetic. It's apologetic that works within Hinduism, that esteems that myth and that tradition. And it works upon an emotional argument. This is not a logical argument. It's an emotional argument. And it's an emotional argument based upon a fidelity to one's culture. So we have to be cognizant that this is a cultural apologetic. It's not a religious or a philosophical apologetic, because philosophically this doesn't make sense. It only makes sense and has traction within a certain cultural setting. So unless you appeal to the cult, what has traction in their culture, yeah, you're not going to get anywhere with them. So just keep that in mind, all right? But I hope that helps.
Your best approach then is just to share cultural information.
Yeah.
So they hear the truth and say, well, as Christians, we consider this to act.
Yeah.
And maybe.
Warrior of the Most High says, what's weird is that we are also taught in school how Hindu religion changed in the past, yet somehow it's eternally unchanging. Yeah, that's cultural apologetics. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. So, yeah, cultural apologetics is like that. It's where, you're taught secularly that religion's changed dramatically and all that, and yet the cultural apologetic is that it's eternally unchanging. Mara asks, do you believe that all the Old Testament is actually intended as a human history book? No, I don't. I don't believe that all the Old Testament is intended as a human history book. It's a book on religion. And now that doesn't mean there's no history in it. Quite the opposite. I think there's a lot of history in the Old Testament. But is all the Old Testament intended as a human history book? No. I'd say much as say the beginning of Genesis is not history. It's mytho-history. And there's a difference between mytho-history and history. History is just recounting the events as they took place. Mytho-history is the combination of history and mythology to come to, say, religious understanding.
But mythology has been secularized to mean
Yeah.
false or imaginary.
Yeah.
And that is not what myth is.
Yeah. All right, so moving on here. All right, Gloomgeist, for $10, thank you very much for the super chat. The question is, I'm finishing up James P. Allen's book on Middle Egyptian. I am so sorry. Any suggestions on what to look into next for further study? Appreciate your channel. Oh boy. I do not like Allen's book on Middle Egyptian. I think it's a terrible book on Middle Egyptian. I mean, I like Allen as a person. He's a nice guy. But his textbook is awful. Absolutely awful. I mean, he spends like 7 chapters on adjectives at the very, very beginning, when what people want is just how to do a simple sentence. Yeah, I just... I would say this. If you're learning Egyptian at all through Allen's book, it's probably going to be quite messed up. I would do Collier and Manley just as to make sure you're on the right track first. And then what I would do is, if you find Collier and Manley to be okay, if you can get through Collier and Manley okay without difficulty, I would then go to try to find Gardner's Egyptian language book. It's big. You'll probably have to find a PDF scan of it somewhere, because it's out of print now. But Gardner's book was really the best textbook on this. It doesn't have the Polotsky stuff. Gardner's book does need an update, but there's still nothing that rivals it for a reference grammar. Okay, and that's really how you should use Gardner's book, is as a reference grammar, not as an introductory grammar, but as a reference grammar. But that would be the next step after Allen's book anyway, would be Gardner's book. The problem is, if you've started with Allen's book, you're going to have to do some remedial stuff in order to even understand Gardner's book. So, I think Allen wrote one of the worst textbooks in Middle Egyptian. So, ugh. I mean, it's not technically wrong. Okay? It doesn't have lots... I mean, the reason why there's a 3rd edition is because the 1st edition had a lot of errors. Okay? That's the reason why there's a 3rd edition, is because the first one was full of errors. The second one was not much better. But the pedagogy he uses is just awful. Awful pedagogy. So it's a terrible way. Nobody learns any language by constructing adjectival sentences first. Nobody.
That makes people kind of want to give up.
Oh, yeah. I mean, of course, the natural progression of languages is to learn about adjectives first, and then go to adverbs. It's like, dang. Gloomgeist says, I appreciate your in-depth answer. It's kind of what I suspected, but wasn't sure if Gardner was currently to date. I did start with Budge, though. Oh yeah, Budge is worse. Okay. Yeah. Just throw Budge in the trash. But here's the thing. To get the now that you've gone through Alan, and I'm so sorry you had to do that. Um, I would say Collier and Manley's their book is a really good. It's a short book. You can get through it fairly quickly, and you shouldn't have any problems with it once you go through Alan's. But it'll get you back on the right track. And then once you're back on the right track, use Gardner as a reference grammar. Not perfect. If you find that that Allen's Collier and Manually doesn't give you enough background information to do Gardner, you can use James Hawke's book as sort of the in between. Okay. I think Hawke's book is a little long in the tooth, but it has some of the Pulaski stuff in it. And that's really what's mostly missing from Gardner's book anyway, is the Pulaski stuff. Stuff such as the second tense. That's really what's missing from Gardner, is the second tense. The fact is, it wouldn't take a huge amount of effort. Well, it would take a huge amount of effort, because you'd have to typeset the whole dang book again. Because Gardner's typesetting was really idiosyncratic. You could... A good editor with a lot of time in his hands, because you'd have to, as I said, retypeset everything for Gardner, could add an addendum to Gardner's book for the Pulaski stuff, like the second tense. The second tense is really what's missing from Gardner. That's really what's missing from Gardner. That's the big thing. What's out of date really isn't most of it. I mean, we're still using the same symbol table. You know, even if you get a brand new textbook today, Gardner's using the same symbols as or every other textbook is using the same symbols as Gardner. There's been a few that's been added, but those are sort of rare symbols anyway. So any textbook you're going to get is going to rely on the Gardner sign list. Some of the meanings, some of the definitions of words have been updated since Gardner's time. But again, it's not so much that Gardner has lost its utility. I still use Gardner for reference grammar. It still has a lot of value there. Warrior of the Most High. Wait, is this adjectival sentence the same thing as the stative in other languages? No, it's not. The stative is its own thing in Egyptian. Okay? There's stative in Egyptian too. This is not stative. This is a particular kind of circumstantial clause, not even a whole sentence, but a circumstantial clause that primarily uses an adjective as a verb. It's really sort of niche grammar injected at the beginning. Yeah, I do not like the way Alan did this. Not at all. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Lou Sandoval about Rachel stealing Laban's idols while Googling the results suggest they might be protective, divination, or fertilization process purposes, but do not specify a connection to corn. That's because you're relying on Google for this. Yeah, don't rely on Google for that stuff. Just saying. Okay. Let's see if we can... We're going to try to make sure we get to the end here before midnight, because I gotta turn into a pumpkin at midnight, so...
You want out of...
Oh, gee. Scott Worthen asks, what do you want out of Dune Part 3? A redo of Part 2. Oh. I thought Dune Part 2 was bungled. Badly bungled. Part 1 wasn't bad. I'll be honest that I think the Villeneuve Dune Part 1 was really good. Part 2 was really badly done. Villeneuve did not understood, but did not want to cover the time. Okay? Here's the thing. The Dune saga, the first book of Dune, takes place over years. Over 4 or 5 years. That's the time frame of the book, is half a decade. Okay? Or more. Villeneuve did not want this narrative to be extended over that length of time. He thought the whole thing should be wrapped up in 3 months. So he's time compressed the story. Yeah, John says, I kept waiting for the time skip in Part 2. That's because there wasn't one. Yeah, there wasn't one. He intentionally truncated the time. Because he thought this would be a more compelling story told in 3 months. Scott Worthen said, Alia not even being born was let down. Yeah, it is. Because Alia is an important part of the story. She's an important part of this. No, Alia not being even born yet, was crazy. I mean, at this point, he's not even telling Dune. He's telling something else. Plushies DX says, wow, hot take. Chow Yi says, notice how splitting a book into 2 movies tends to make things worse. IT Divergent. The Hobbit?
Oh.
There's no reason The Hobbit had to be 3 films. Come on.
Hey, doesn't make that much money. So
There's no reason it had to be 3 films. That was nothing but filmmaking greed. And it was terrible. No, so I don't know how he's going to dig himself out of this, honestly. Chow Yi, Hobbit split in 3 ways, made it twice as bad. Yeah, it did. No, from what I've heard, is Villeneuve is going to try to do Dune Messiah and Children of Dune and a little bit of God Emperor in the 3rd film. Boy, this is turning into a pig's breakfast. It really is. Gloomgeist. Butter scraped over too much bread. Yep. That's it. Chow Yi, it's a children's book, darn it. Yeah. So bad. But yeah, I was really unhappy with the second Villeneuve film. Very unhappy. The first one I liked. I said I liked the first one. I thought it was a good addition to the Dune saga. The second one was terrible. Again, he rushed it. You cannot rush Dune. It's a saga that unfolds. You know, you can't get into the whole desert messiahs are a bad thing without going into what led up to that. So it just corrupted the story. Just really corrupted the story. And the Sardaukar as Norsemen. All right, moving on here. Let's see if we can get here. Okay, we got a member question from Louis Sandoval. Thank you for the question. He says, Dr. Falk, what are your thoughts on North American cryptids and supernatural creatures? My opinion of them is that they are a guilty pleasure. I love watching documentaries on North American cryptids. They're junk food. Don't take them seriously. I don't believe in North American cryptids and supernatural creatures. Except the raccoon. Raccoons are just... they're built different. There's nothing more supernatural than a North American raccoon. And they will make a mess of your day if you get in their way. John goes, ha ha ha. When I can't sleep, I put those documentaries on. Oh yeah, they're so bad they're good. No, I do not believe in Bigfoot. No, I do not believe in the Mothman. I do not believe in the lizard men who live in the swamp. I do not believe in the chupacabra. But boy, they are fun to watch. Very fun to watch. So, yeah, that's what I think. All right, next one here. See if we can get to the end here of the regular chats here, and we got time. We might do a couple more ATs, but otherwise we will probably call it a night. All right, next one here is from CCAPVFD for $10. Okay, thank you for the super chat. Why do you think Pharaoh didn't try to have Moses and Aaron arrested or unalived until after the multitude left? It seems like a logical decision when someone is threatening your country with plagues. Because he didn't have grounds. Okay? There were limits to Pharaoh's power. Even back then. Yes, it was a military dictatorship. Yes, he could have people arrested for certain things. If there's no insurrection, then there's no cause for arrest. And Moses was a member of the royal family. Adopted member, but a member nonetheless. So, there was no cause. He would have to have found a cause for arrest and unaliving. And there is such a thing as the tradition of the ancients in Egyptian jurisprudence, which means you had to have done an actual offense against Pharaoh to be arrested and unalived. Okay, now, what are examples of some of these offenses? All right. Attempted insurrection. Yeah. Okay, so you attempt an assassination against the king. That would get you unalived. There doesn't seem to be anything from Moses that is a direct threat to the king. His kingdom, yeah. His people, sure. But not the king himself. Stealing any of Pharaoh's tools. Okay, so chisel that belonged to Pharaoh, toothpick that belonged to Pharaoh, doesn't matter. that would get you the death penalty. Okay, so stealing from Pharaoh, that would get you unalived. But unless you did those specific actions, there was no cause to arrest and unalive somebody. And the thing is that to unalive somebody without cause was seen as an act against Ma'at. And that could end up having negative consequences with regards to the divine. So, most kings, even ones that had big egos, were generally very conservative when it came to dishing out penalties. Yes, if they thought that the slaves were heading off to the river without permission, oh yeah, Pharaoh would come down with the chariots and the horsemen and start unaliving people. Yeah, a king would not hesitate to do that in Egypt. In fact, we have warnings of that in the strike papyri of the 20th dynasty, where the workers at Deir al-Medina are warned, okay, lock your tools in your homes so Pharaoh doesn't think you're stealing his tools. Do not go down to the river so Pharaoh doesn't think you're running away. Only strike on your day off, so you're still working on his monuments. Those sorts of provisions that the Magi give to the workers of Deir al-Medina are very, very similar to the provisions that Moses and Aaron give to the people. Don't steal from Pharaoh. Continue to make your mud bricks and the agricultural work. Don't run away. When it's time for them to leave, Pharaoh will let them go. So, Deduza Dude says, so unalive incorrectly will make your heart heavier than the feather. Oh yeah. There'll definitely be consequences. Because again, the feather represents Ma'at, balance. Doesn't mean you're sinless. It means you've struck the right balance between goodness and evil. Okay? So, definitely unaliving people without warrant, without justification, would definitely have negatively contributed to the weighing of the heart. And as I said, there was a line that even pharaohs did not cross on this one. Deduza Dude says, no magical spells to contradict this? Well, there were always magical spells. But what they worried about more was that the gods would not favor them in this life. Okay? So they're not thinking about that. I mean, yes, it would make their heart heavier, but they had that all wrapped up. What they were more thinking, there are spells to take care of that for the afterlife. But this life, okay? This life was the concern. So, if Pharaoh unalived somebody unjustly, the gods could abandon him. The gods could refuse to give him future victories in battle. So, absolutely, it was a big deal if you did this out of the proper procedure. Again, not so much in the afterlife. It's not that problem, much of that problem in the afterlife. It's this life that they were really concerned about. Shelly asks, what happens if your heart's lighter than the feather? Same issue. If it's lighter than the feather, then you didn't do anything in life. You also get eaten. You can't win, you can't lose, and you can't quit the game. Okay. So let's see if we got any final questions here. Amit hungry, always hungry. Yep. That's Amit for you.
Answer no. I'm 20.
Oh, yeah, the answer to that is no, but, was it 925? 924. Probably easier to access it here. Clypius asks, did ancient Egypt have lawyers? No, they didn't. Legal procedures, in a legal procedure, you had to represent your own case. Okay? So they had people who act as magistrates, but they did not have lawyers. So, no lawyers, not in Egypt. Chow Yi asks, were there spells to mitigate effects of violating Ma'at in this life? No. It's a good question. There are no no spells to mitigate Ma'at in this life. Only the next life. So there's a dude. No lawyers, so that evil came later. Yeah, well. We got a super chat here from John Bullerman. Good to see you, John. How you been doing? For $20 Canadian. Thank you very much. He says, finish the Bible, now halfway through All the Stars as Angels and loving it. See you in a couple weeks, brother. Awesome. Let me know when you are going to be in town, and we will get together, because it would be cool to see you again. And, of course, he is talking about All the Stars as Angels, which is book 2 of the War of the Gods series. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It was fun to write, too. But I hope you're doing really well, and definitely get in touch with me when you're back in town, and we'll get together. All right? So, fantastic. So, really, really good to see you, and thank you for reading the book. And for those of you who've also read the book, please leave a review. So, those reviews really help us. Next one here is from Normal Man for $5 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. What is the role and function of prophetic communities like the one mentioned in 1 Samuel 19:18-24? This is probably the school of the prophets. Okay. 1 Samuel 19:18-24. Now David fled and escaped and came to Samuel at Ramah, and he told him all that Samuel had done to him. And he and Samuel went and stayed at Naioth. And it was told to Saul, saying, behold, David is Naioth at Ramah. Then Saul sent messengers to take David, but when they saw the company of prophets prophesying, with Samuel standing and presiding over them, the Spirit of God came upon the messengers of Saul, and they also prophesied. And when it was told to Saul, he sent other messengers, and they also prophesied. So Saul sent messengers a third time, and they also prophesied. And he himself went to Ramah and came as far as the large well that is at Siku. And he asked and said, where are David and Samuel? And someone said, behold, they are at Naioth in Ramah. And he proceeded there to Naioth at Ramah, and the Spirit of God came upon him also, and he went along prophesying continually until he came to Naioth at Ramah. He also stripped off his clothes, and he too prophesied before Samuel and lay down naked all that day and night, and therefore they say is Saul also among the prophets. Okay. There were various communities of prophets in ancient Israel. One of them is called the School of the Prophets. But there were also enclaves of specific people who were like this, who were just sort of roving bands of prophets. Okay, now, what is the role and function of these prophetic communities? Is to seek the word of the Lord. Okay, that's what they were. They were communities that were designed to seek the word of the Lord, to find out God's will for Israel. Also, their secondary function was to raise up new prophets. Okay, now one of the things about being a prophet in Israel is that there were kind of two kinds of prophets. The standalone prophet, who has no connection to the prophetic trade. It was a trade. Okay, to be a prophet was to be a member of a trade. And the other kind of prophet was one that was raised up in the school of the prophets. Okay? Or in these prophetic communities. The sons of prophets often became prophets. And they were taught how to prophesy. And some of them had an aptitude for it, some of them didn't. So generally what happened in these communities was those who had the aptitude to be prophets became prophets, or the anointing, depending on how you want to look at it. Some have aptitudes, some had prophets. But those who did not have aptitude or were not anointed, they became the support team for the prophets. So as the prophets are prophesying, those who didn't have talent, didn't have ability, didn't have anointed, would do stuff like wash clothes, cook meals, do fundraising, basically do the support mechanism for the prophets. Okay? So these prophets tended to work in these communities where the ones with anointing would go out and they would prophesy, seek the word of the Lord, all that, while the others in the community would support that function. But that's essentially the role of them, is to as I said, a twofold role. The first one is to supply, to seek out the word of the Lord. The other is to raise up new prophets. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, we are at 10:50 here, 11:50. So I've got to either buzz through these super chats or call it at midnight. So, okay. Steve K for $5. He asks, what is the context of the Tower of Babel, Genesis 11 verses 1 to 9? Was the confusion of languages only in a particular region? From what I gather, yes, it's in a particular region. The context is that they were commanded to spread out over the face of the earth, and they didn't do it. Essentially, what the Tower of Babel was a means to concentrate people around a particular region so that they did self-styled worship to make a name for themselves. And the text says that they did this so that they wouldn't be scattered and that they could make a name for themselves. Essentially to secure their own future. But that wasn't the plan. The plan was after the flood that mankind was to spread out and fill the earth. So this was something that worked against that plan. So that's the context here. The context here is that God commanded the people to be fruitful, multiply, and spread out. They didn't spread out. They started a city essentially around a religious structure in order to start self-styled worship of God. And that was against the plan. So confusion of the languages was beset upon them to disperse them, essentially to drive them out. But it also wasn't a long-lasting thing either, because we know that from the development of languages that all languages did not develop in one place. So it does seem to be something that's particular to a region, and it doesn't even seem to be permanent. So it seems to have been a temporary effect to get them scattered. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. All right, we've got a... is there a question attached to that? Kusamepe for $10. Thank you very much for that super chat. I do not see a question tied to that. But thank you very much for your support of the channel. We really, really appreciate it. And gifts like this do help us to continue the ministry. So thank you so very much. We very much appreciate it. Okay, next question here is from PA888 for $19.99. Thank you very much for that generous super chat. Where would you rank Imhotep with great inventors of history, Tesla, Da Vinci, etc.? Pretty high, actually. The funerary complex of Zoser at Saqqara wasn't just a technical achievement, but it was an artistic achievement. So as an artistic achievement, you can put him on that same level as Da Vinci. The kings of the Old Kingdom would basically keep going back to Zoser's funerary complex and look at his stuff and try to copy it. They try to imitate it. They all recognized that his work was just superior in, say, artistic thing. You know, you can go to his funerary temple, and the funerary temple of Zoser, and you can see just the beauty of the crenellations of the columns, the Euphrates friezes, the tile galleries. You look down into the burial chamber of the king, and it's magnificent. It's huge. There was a lot of thought put into that pyramid that we're still sort of grappling with. So not technologically, but artistically. So definitely, I rate him very high. I mean, he did. Imhotep did design the tallest building that humanity had ever made, and would make for 300 years. That's a pretty good run. So absolutely, I rate him really high. And he would definitely, in my books, he's also credited with medical practice too. So Imhotep was not a one-trick pony. He wasn't just a good architect. He was a good doctor. He was a good physician. So he's known for his medical wisdom. He's known for his literary wisdom. I mean, he was the first priest of Atum, great high priest of the Temple of Atum Re in Heliopolis. He was an incredibly accomplished man. Incredibly accomplished. So yeah, he's definitely on that tier of inventors. Okay, next one here is from John for $4.99. Thank you very much for the question. Genesis 15:2. Why was Abraham's heir Eliezer of Damascus? Wouldn't Lot have been a better choice? No. Okay. Let's go to Genesis 15:2. Genesis 15. And Abraham said, O Lord God, what wilt thou give me, since I am childless, and the heir of my house is Eliezer of Damascus? Okay. Why Eliezer of Damascus and not Lot? Okay. Lot wasn't there. Okay. They had a splitting of the way, a parting of the ways. And the division of the parting of Lot from Abraham wasn't exactly on good terms. So let's be clear about it. Even though Lot was Abraham's nephew, and probably a lot further removed than that, okay? Lot was probably not a nephew, but maybe a second or third nephew. Okay? He's already a very distant relative. The relationship between Abraham and Lot was strained. Very strained. The servants of Abraham and the servants of Lot were getting into fights over the same grazing lands. Okay? And it was such that having the two of them in close relations was just raising tensions. So it came about that they had to like quite literally part ways. And frankly, once Lot moved his flocks to the other side of the Jordan, the relationship at that point was severed. There was really no real relationship between Abraham and Lot anymore. So, yeah, relations between Lot and Abraham were not good. Not good at all. So, but Abraham still had a household. And Eliezer of Damascus was essentially a slave. He was essentially a servant. He was essentially the steward of Abraham's house. And Abraham having no children and no heirs, it would go to the steward. So that's just the normal sort of... And with Lot out of the picture, yeah, the steward would inherit. So that's kind of how the inheritance cycle worked here. And again, Lot was a very, very distant relative. So he had no real claim on Abraham's inheritance. And Eliezer of Damascus was the steward. So yeah, it makes sense that once Abraham and Lot parted ways, Eliezer would be next. So Lot wouldn't have actually been a better choice, and it just was the tensions between the two were just such that, you know, it wasn't feasible for them to one to be the heir of the other. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And I'm going to take this last one, and this is going to be the last of the night here, because I have to sign off at midnight here. So Andrew Grims asks the member question: why do some people consider Christianity to be an interest as opposed to being a belief system? Don't understand the question. Interest as opposed to a belief system. Do you understand the question? Yeah, I don't really understand this question. I mean, it is a belief system. Christianity is definitely a belief system. Don't know how you could see it really as an interest. So, yeah, the question's kind of confusing, Andrew. Maybe you should probably restate the question and ask it next week, because we're going to have to sign off here. So
the only thing, if he's talking about secularists and atheists try to diminish it.
I don't even see that, though, in this. He's going to have to restate the question. Restate the question and ask it next week. We'll be happy to answer it. Okay? All right. So we're going to call it a night here. I'd ask everyone to pray for me, because tomorrow I'm doing my big exams. And been preparing for weeks for this. So anyway, I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight and who supplied super chats for us. You guys have helped us to keep going here. We really, really appreciate this. Because without your support, this doesn't happen. So we are an entirely community-supported ministry here, and without your support, this doesn't come to fruition. So we want to thank you, all of you who supported us. We so appreciate it. We also want to thank our regular Patreon supporters who donate to keep the equipment going. We appreciate that too. And finally, we want to thank all our regular subscribers who hit that like and subscribe button and share the URL with other social media platforms. You guys get the message out. With that said, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We're glad you could be with us, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.